Welcome back to the Realistic Cattle Ranch Challenge on Sunshine Forest. I'm BP, and it's time to get to work. Well, that was quick and easy. Let's jump back in the Fiat. Let's take a look at the map real quick and just see what we need as far as needing lime. Let's see. Weed, plowing, rolling, mulch, stones, water. Where is our needs? Oh, we have to go over precision farming. Sorry. Still used to the old way before we got it. So the pH, yeah, it's not bad on the old part of the field. The new part of the field has nothing. We actually don't have any soil data over there, or do we? Trying to see, let's see, yield, seed rate, soil types. Now we don't have the soil data, so let's see. Purchase soil information, $3,400 for that little section. Yikes, guys, that is a lot of money right now. Yeah, we definitely don't need to redo all of the soil data for $3,400. So I think we're just going to go with what we got and put some stuff down and hope for the best. Love to get a tractor with a Iceria Compact on it, or have the Iceria Pro come up in the sale so we could start using that. So let's see what happens here when we put the lime onto the field without the soil data. Let's take a quick look. Grab our lime and manure spreader. Tucked in back over here. Can we sneak it by the livestock trailer? I bet we can. The trailer leg on this one takes a long time to come down or come up, and it causes it to slide, and now we're pushed over where we shouldn't be. Let's see. Swing that around, and then, oh, okay. We're in full-blown Austin Powers here, guys. We're cutting hard across, that's it. We're just bringing the whole trailer out this way. There we are. Leave that running for a second. Let's grab our lime. Pallet seed, lime. 5 of them? 10,000 liters? Yeah, let's go with 4. 5 seems like too much. And we have our Massey right here with the pallet forks ready to go. Let's bring that down, drop that off. Oh, not the back. Get this thing loaded up. We are turning tight. It's like this thing doesn't need to get warmed up or something. Getting that one loaded in. 3 more to go after this. You know, we just might have to buy that data. I'm wondering how much is it to rent the Iceria Pro or the Iceria Scout. Let's take a quick look. Is that under miscellaneous? If I remember correctly. So how much to lease this? $867. Might be worth running up to the store and grabbing that real quick. Let's get another load of lime in while we're sitting here waiting. Yeah, I think because it was what, $3,400 for the data if we bought it. Oh, nice, we can do 2. Afraid that might have been too heavy. It's $3,400 if we bought the data, so $800. That leaves us with, you know, ballpark $2,600 for samples. It's probably only going to be 4 or 5 samples. Probably should just run up to the store and get that. I don't know that we're going to be expanding our fields anytime soon, and so it's probably the last little bit of data we're going to need. Might set us back on the barn project a little bit. We'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there. We should have a good amount of cheese to help us get there, so hopefully that's going to work out well. Let's take a quick look here. So on time-saving stock check, the cheese currently have 10,000 liters. I don't think we have anything in the actual production right now. No, nothing in the production. But the birthing barn has 2,600 liters, and that's about what we're getting per day, somewhere between like 22 and 2,600 generally. So we should have a decent amount of milk to sell even into next month. So it's probably worth leasing that. So let's do this. I'm going to detach here. I'm going to run up to the store. Let's detach first. I'm going to run up to the store and grab the Iceria reader and go ahead and get that done on this field. So we just have the data. I'll see you guys in just a second. Alright guys, back from the store. Let's get this thing unfolded. Get our map open so we can see how much overlap we need to have. Yeah, I think this is going to take like 2 or 3, maybe 4 scans. Let's see. Get it all the way up to the edge there. And then what is it? Turn it on. Knock it down. I did a first impression on this when Precision Farming came out. I feel like the Iceria Scout works so much faster in Farm Sim 25 than it does in Farm Sim 22. And maybe I'm just thinking it's faster, but it seems like the other one in Farm Sim 22 just took forever for each sample. This one seems real quick, right in, right out. Okay, one last one coming across the top. Yeah, we can get all of it for sure. Just make sure we get that corner. And let's see if I can remember the keybinds from Farm Sim 22. Let's see. Y to send them off? Yep, Y to send them off. Excellent. So we'll get that returned later. Don't need to do that on camera. We have the field data now, which is great. Or we will have it here in just a minute. I'm not sure, does the field data, is it in-game time or is it real time that it takes to get it back? Like if I were to speed up time, would I get the data back faster, or does it just take like, you know, a minute? There it is, so it's done already. So I guess it answers the question. So I guess it's just real time. It takes about a minute, 30 seconds, something like that, to get that data back. So here we are. Let's go grab our lime to spread. Here we go. Now I see the leg is still down. The leg is still down. The leg, there we go. Now the leg's up. It's a great animation. Love the detail. Just wasn't ready for it the first couple times, and it pulls the back wheels of the tractor off the ground, so it makes it a little hard to steer. All right, let's open her up. Here's to hoping that 4,000 was enough. Oh, interesting. We're not getting... Okay, so now we're getting an animation. So we were not getting an animation there to start. And we've used 250 liters. Isn't a ton. Hoping we have enough in here. Could get more out of the shed, but I'd really rather just use what we have in here. That's weird that animation keeps cutting in and out. I don't know what that's about. See what it takes to go all the way around the outside of the area once. And it's interesting because I think the cloud animation seems to be wider than the actual spread. but it could be the length and the fact that I'm turning. Just have to see. I know this is not a very wide working width. Alright, that one is... That pass is done. Have not even used 1,000 liters yet, which is good news. Maybe we'll put some more line down over the whole field. We're not going to take anything out of the wagon, I guess I should say. We could do a little bit of work on our grass fields. I'm not sure we need to do more lime on our grass fields right now. I do love the Nokian tires on here. I'll stop for a second. Let's turn this off. And look at the mud in those tires, guys. That is such a great addition. That's one of the things I love about the Nokian with the knobby treads. Great looking mud when you're driving over stuff like this. Really well done. Great addition to Farm Sim in general. Alright, a couple more passes. I think we're going to have a bunch extra. I'm glad we didn't put all of our lime in the wagon. Again, not that putting it on a field isn't going to help the field, but we only need to do a little bit of extra work with this today. And then I'm hoping we can get some slurry spread, which should help with our nitrogen. I'm hoping if we do a batch beforehand and a batch after we plant, that'll be good. Because with the monitoring equipment, the RCRC stuff, it does change the nitrogen based on the soil type and the crop. We don't have that information being fed in, so we're just sort of spreading for the sake of spreading. And in general, if we put down a little bit too much, it's not really much of a problem. It's more of, what happens if we can't get enough on the field to get everything covered. So here we go. Hopefully this is the last pass coming up here. Yeah, we barely used even 2,000 liters here. So we've got a bunch to spread around. I might do that off camera. I might go through and just use up the rest of this, hit all of our fields, and try to get them as topped off as we can get. Just for test's sake, I'm going to do one lap around the outside of this field and just see how much it helps, because this field really doesn't look like it needs very much. Let's see. Yeah, it's like, I almost wonder if the animation's turning on and off because it doesn't think that it needs it. Because it's not even turning it solid green going around the outside. And it might be that we're above the ideal level. Could that be the case? Let's finish going around the outside, and then I'll jump out and check an area of the field that we did, an area of the new field, and then an old area of the existing field that we didn't go back over, and see if it's making any difference in regards to what we're applying, because this doesn't seem to be doing very much here. I don't know why it keeps turning on and off. That might just be a glitch with the mod. Alright, so I'm going to park this here just because I'll come back between episodes and check that out. So over here, let's see what we have. So the pH is bad. Seems like we put too much down. Over here, the pH is bad because, again, we have too much. And the pH is perfect, essentially. It's 6.25 instead of 6.5. So we really don't need to put any more. Yeah, see, it's okay. It's okay. It's perfect. Yeah, so applying more to this field is not going to help. The lime, basically, the pH hasn't worn out from 2 years of wheat. So let's check our grass field and see if I should be doing those between episodes as well. So the pH is good, 6.25. Yeah, we may not need to put any more lime down. We might have to just take that out of the spreader and put it back in the barn. That wouldn't be the end of the world. We could certainly do that. So for now, let's grab the slurry spreader. Now what I'm going to do real quick on the way to the slurry spreader, let's put the animal trailer away and get that out of the way since we'll be swinging by the barn to grab a slurry. I am sort of surprised that those hay bales have not been used up in the cow pen, but glad to have extra straw finally. It felt like after our first harvest we just did not have enough straw on the farm, so happy to have too much. Alright, International. Let's tuck you in over here out of the way. And we're back to the Fiat. And let's go ahead and grab the tanker, which has the slurry plate on it for just this purpose. This is a great mod. This is on my list of mods to do a review on. I've used a couple of these, but these tankers are just so well done. Just another prime example of a really, really good mod done by someone who knows what they're doing. So let's go ahead and spread the water. Let's see, I bet I can put that in the greenhouse, actually. I think the open pastures are full. I topped everything off this morning before I pulled you guys in. So here we are. Go ahead and get that emptied out. And I think we'll just spread a layer of slurry over the new area, and then we'll come back and do slurry over the whole field after we put the wheat back in September in next episode. So we'll just get that first layer put down and see what that does. It's just so hard with no monitoring equipment and using precision farming. We're just sort of throwing slurry at it and hoping that it makes it better. And it's not going to hurt anything, but it would be nice to have a more practical application that's more effective in getting us to where we need to be. So, get zoomed out so we can see the back of our tractor here. Sometimes I have to detach and reattach if I pick it up with water in it. Nope, we are good to go. That's a great animation on the back, too. Very, very well done. And again, we had mud in the tires when we were liming, and now we have lime on the tires. Just great. And the lime is from the real... Is it Real Dirt mod? It's another great mod just to add some immersion to your gameplay. Really enjoy that one. Alright, that's the end of where we plowed. We're going through the slurry quickly, but the spread is nice and wide, and so we're getting great coverage out of it. Even if it takes a couple of tanks, we had 64,000 liters of slurry in the birthing barn, so we had plenty to go around. And it looks like we actually probably need some on the other part of the field as well, but for now we'll just get the new part done. Turn off there, little slurry tanker. Gonna get just a little bit and then we'll go back and fill up, but that's alright. Maybe get one pass down, probably not the whole way. That's not a problem. We got lots of slurry. Alright. Yeah, I mean, that got more than half the field done, so that was great. So I'm gonna finish this up. I will look at doing the rest of this field with slurry between episodes so that when we come back, we can get right into planting wheat. We should be in September, and we will be looking at not only planting the wheat, but also be monitoring the price for our cheese so we can get the best price for that when we sell it as well. And hopefully, with the sale of the cheese, and we'll have a little bit more, so I'm going to run that milk over from the birthing barn to our dairy production here between episodes as well. You know, hopefully we continue to get some more, and that will pay for the new birthing barn, essentially, which will hold more cattle and more animals and help us continue to grow our farm. So one last pass here. Let's kick that over, get turned around, grab this middle section. And I think that's going to be it for today, guys. I will get the rest of this field done between episodes and get another layer of slurry put on the whole field so we're ready for planting. I will see you guys in September. Thank you so much for joining me for this episode. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. And we'll see you in the next one. So a couple of big changes right off the bat, guys. Number one, we are on a brand new field. I'll explain that in just a second. And number two, we have double case planters. So the planters, we had our initial one, and then one came up in the sale for like $2,900 or $2,700. And I just thought, if we're going to be doing a new field and having more to plant, we probably should increase our working width, and here we are, and planting away with our new double case seeder setup. So the new field, I was all set after last episode to return the Iceria Scout that we leased to get the field data from the wheat field expansion. And I thought to myself, we've already paid the $800 for the Scout lease. Before I send it back, is there anything we might want to do, in the next couple of months that would, be involving a new field, I guess? And I thought to myself, well, we have chickens coming in, and we're going through a lot of wheat. We need more straw. We're going to need a new field eventually. Why not just cut a new field in while we have the Iceria Scout on the farm, and then we can get all the farm data about as cheap as we're going to be able to get it, and just put more wheat in the ground. We're planting wheat anyways. We had the double planter set up at that stage, so I thought, why not just jump right in and put a new field in? So as you saw in the intro, we mowed everything. We ended up doing hay bales, square hay bales off of this area before we plowed it up. We got 27 hay bales, so that was really helpful going into our winter feeding period. We have just a barn full of hay, which is really good because we're going to get more and more cows. And then we plowed it, and I limed it. I did not put any slurry down on this field. I finished up the slurry on all of the other fields after the last episode, and the slurry is just not working with precision farming. I'm not sure if that is because I don't have the Iceria Compact on the tractor or the Pro. I'm not sure if I need one of those homogenized John Deere monitors on the slurry tank, which obviously we can't just add on and have to buy a whole new slurry tank, or if it's something with the soil map here or what. But I keep putting more and more slurry down, and we're getting 20 out of 160 or 180 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. So we're getting small percentages of what we actually need. So I thought to myself, with the new case seeder setup we're running here, you know, what would it be like, you know, what would it cost to throw a bag or two of fertilizer in and just see if that will get the nitrogen closer to where it needs to be? Because we can always use the slurry on the grass fields where it seems to be doing a plenty fine job. It's just the crop fields, the wheat fields, that we seem to be having a problem with. So I threw some fertilizer into both of these case planters, and prior to jumping onto this field, I did complete the planting of the other wheat field, which we'll take a look at in a second over here. When we turn around, we'll sneak a peek. And it seems to be working with precision farming. I'm not sure why this setup is working better than what we had in the past, but it is working. So for the cost of a bag or two or a pallet or two of fertilizer, we are just massively increasing our yield. So I'm going to pause here real quick. You can see our other wheat field over there is all planted and good. If you look down here on the limed part, we have 6.5 out of 6.5 on the pH, which is the lime. So that's going down just fine with our lime spreader. Currently, we have 0 kilograms per hectare of nitrogen. So if I come back here and I look behind the case, the nitrogen is 180 out of 180. Expected yield is 97%. I think it's as good as we're going to get without taking the rocks out and doing some rolling and some mulching. So this setup is working. I'm excited that we're getting better results out of our fields by using some fertilizer. I'd prefer to stick with the slurry, obviously, because it's free and we have it on the farm. But until I can figure out how to get it to apply adequately without having to do 5, 6, 7, 8 applications for our crop fields, I just don't think it's worth it at this stage. So that is the update heading into this episode. We have a couple other small items. I did go ahead and do all of the cattle work this morning for September, so all the animals have been moved. We had 2 calves. We had a couple of calves that grew into adolescence that we moved over. A couple more pregnant female, a couple females that were ready to go back into the breeding pen. Everyone got fed. Everyone got sorted out, and we are good to go. So all that cattle work has been done for the month of September. I did make the decision in looking at the animals. I think we had maybe 7, maybe even 8 roosters in our chicken coop. And we're really only doing the chickens for, I mean, there's 2 reasons. One, we don't have any productions for the wheat, so we're not doing flour or bread per the realistic livestock or cattle ranch challenge rules. And so we have the chickens because the wheat isn't really worth selling, and we're hoping to get some eggs. The roosters are just going to eat a bunch of food. They're not ever really going to be worth very much, and they don't produce any eggs at all. So I decided to sell the roosters, and that's probably what we'll end up doing with the majority of the roosters when they're born, is just turn around and sell them right away, because I don't think there's any reason in keeping them to feed them and eating through our stock of food that's there for the hens that are going to be our egg layers. I'm hopeful that in the next year we're going to have a lot of chickens, and we'll have a lot of eggs, which will help fund some improvements on the farm. The other thing for today, the case planters there, or the case seeders, did a great job. Get those parked over here. With 2 of them, they have to be parked on this side of the field because they don't fit through the farmyard anymore. They're too wide, so I have to park them in a new spot. But the other item for today is we have potentially some cheese to sell. Let's pop out and take a look in the time-saving stock check menu. Cheese is at its best price in October, and which for Farm Sim typically means that the price will peak in very late September. It's not always the case, but typically the case. Best price is $19.62. It's currently $19.37 at Goldcrest Valley. So we're going to be watching that the rest of the day to see what happens there. And if it does peak, we will end up, I'm going to go ahead. I'm not sure why the interactive markers are back on, but we will get them turned off here real quick. I'm not real sure why those ended up. What was I saying? I lost train of thought there. I'm not sure why the interactive markers are on. Got those turned off. But we have to watch the cheese and see what happens. So if the cheese is the best-selling price ends up being in September, we'll run it up there and get it sold. If not, we'll do that in October. The last piece of news, which is actually very, very exciting, guys, is I did a head count this morning, and we have 102 cattle on the ranch. And that's really important for a couple of reasons. One, it's a big mile marker in getting us to our 300 cattle goal for the ranch. I think in the near future, we're going to have to sell off some animals just to keep our cost and feeding costs down. But we did reach 100, which is a third of the way to our 300 cattle goal for the challenge. The second item is, if you guys remember the rules, everything had to be done manually before we got to 100 cattle. And so now I get a little bit of a break and don't have to do everything manually. To be completely honest, it's been a really enjoyable process, and I'll probably continue doing some of the work manually, the feeding, the moving the cows, that kind of stuff. But some of the really highly repetitive and time-consuming tasks, specifically the collecting of the bales, is something I'm looking forward to using, something with a little bit more efficiency to it, we'll call it. So we're looking at a couple of things as far as bale trailers, because we can start to use Autoload and get some improvements. I did find 2 really cool items off the mod hub today. These are hand carts and hand tanks, which I'm going to use to feed the calves in the igloos, because we don't need the big equipment. So you get into these just like a regular vehicle, you enter them, and then you can walk with them, and they go around, and you can put a bale on here, and the bale will feed the animals. The water tank can be used to water the animals. The walking animation is a little bit off, but in general, very, very cool. I'm going to use these tomorrow when we go to feed the animals. So at this stage, we have both of our wheat fields planted. We are about done for the month of September. I'm going to watch the prices of the cheese, or the price of the cheese, and see if we're selling that by the end of the day today, or if we're going into tomorrow. But real quick, I thought it was worth jumping into flight mode. Oh, I changed. I forgot we have easy dev controls came out today, so I put those in. So let's see. Super strength flight mode on. Let's hope it's the same controls. It is not the same controls as it was before easy dev. So let's see. Controls. Jump in here. Where are the easy dev controls? Should be right in here. Delete toggle, super strength. Yeah, so there's no obvious controls for flight mode. So we'll have to try that. I'll have to figure that out between episodes. I wanted to sort of fly around and give you guys a quick look at the farm, because we've made so much progress. We can take a quick look at the map. You can see our new wheat field is going to be big. We've doubled. I mean, we added the addition to the original wheat field, which almost doubled its size, and then we added another wheat field that doubled the total amount of wheat. So we've got almost 4 times as much wheat coming in as we did previously. So let's see, maybe I can get up high enough this way. You get a little bit of perspective. This isn't quite flight mode, but you can see our new field over here, the farm sprawling out over that way into our grass field. We have our dairy, we have our chicken coop, our greenhouses, our calf igloos, our birthing pen. That first stall of the barn over there is really, really full of hay and silage. And then we have our original wheat field back here. So we have just a ton of stuff going on. Lots of good growth on the ranch. Excited for where we are. I'm going to check in with you guys either later on today when it's time to sell the cheese, or I'll check in with you guys tomorrow morning in October if the price doesn't peak. Either way, I'll see you in a second. We are pulling into the shop. ready to sell our cheese. If you guys haven't noticed, we did get a new trailer. 2 of them came up in the sale today. This nice Brandt tri-axle flat deck has a really wide deck over frame and 2 big ramps at the back. That replaced our little black trailer we'd used up in the back. And this Dangerville trailer up here came up for sale for $900 as a bale trailer for us to use now that we can use Autoload and don't have to do all of our bales manually. So let's get our cheese sold. I did try to use the train. The price is best at the train, but after numerous attempts of trying to rent it and get it here and it wasn't showing up, I just gave up. It is $19.79 at Goldcrest using the train, so $27,985 total. But we're at $19.50 at the storage base, so we're only looking at about $400 less, or $300 less, I'm sorry. So not a big deal either way. So let's get the straps off of here, and let's see if we can get this in the corner enough to get it all sold. All right, so 22, 23, 4... 27, 28, 300 plus 2,000. So yeah, we made just about 30 grand on that. Not bad at all. So let's go ahead. It's the middle of the night. We're doing some late night projects here. Let's see, is this going to be long enough for the wheelbase? I think it is. So let's leave that there. We'll jump out and grab the telehandler here. I did upgrade the pallet forks. I found a mod that is pallet forks with tension belts, which I figured would be just about perfect for what we need up here at the shop. You can use it to get pallets and stuff off of trailers for sale. We also can use it to load stuff onto our flat decks. So my thought is if I do that and then I snap the tension belts, I should be able to just lift the whole thing. Yep, that's working exactly like I was hoping. Let's see. Are all of the wheels going to be on? I'm thinking a little too far back. Let's lift and flatten just a little bit. Come on down. Undo the tension belts. And look at that, guys. We are loaded up. That was what I was hoping was going to happen with that. Did get a comment in an earlier video about leaving the forks up, so now they're nice and low for anyone who's concerned about the forks being left up at the shop. So let's jump into the International. I'm gonna go back and get this stuff parked up at the ranch, and I will see you guys in the morning for a quick check-in and maybe some cattle feeding with our new hand tools. See you guys shortly. Welcome to October, guys. We are here. I got the Scout back, even left the lights on last night. Must have been tired. Let's get those lights turned off. Got the Scout back with both the trailers. Get those unloaded a little bit later. This morning, I just want to run through and do some feeding of the cattle with our new hand carts. So let's go ahead and get our water tender out of the way. And let's start with the water tank. I'm excited to see how this is going to work. So, heading out and over to get filled up. I think this thing holds 500 gallons. So let's see. Not driving too straight. Let's see how this goes. Yep, 500 gallons. Okay, so we can dump it here. Might be worth actually just dumping it right here for both of these front 2 igloos and then topping it off before we take it to the back. Oh, that one was empty. How about this one? Is this one, are we still feeling? Okay, so it's pretty close to full, not too bad. Alright, run this guy around here. Okay, they're topped off. This is working really well. Oh, that one's empty. Seems like some of these are drinking a lot more than others. There we go. Okay. Let's get this guy. We don't want to fill the greenhouses with this one. That'll be way too much water. Let's see. Alright, I'm not sure if that didn't also go into the greenhouse. But we have 2 more left to go with the water tank. Walking backwards isn't too bad with the water tank here. Let's top her off. Run down and check that last one. Let's see, did this one fill up? Yep, that one's full. That one was almost full. And then here we go with... Alright, so that one needs 1 more. So they took a decent amount of water. These guys were thirsty. I can't tell if we're pulling into the greenhouses, though. Got to make sure we stay away from those when we have the little tank. I can probably even, fill it on the fly. Don't have to stop running. Not a bad way to move 500 liters of water. And after this, we'll go grab the bale cart. Fill that up. Yeah, I think we're actually full. We probably did get a little bit into the... Yeah, I think we're getting the greenhouses there. So let's park this right here, out of the way. And then our bale cart is right over here. I'm not sure if it's going to work to load onto this. Let's see. Okay, it does. Cool. Okay, so we have our bale on here. Imagine we have to unstrap it. Okay. Well, that was it for that bale. Well, let's take our cart back over and get another one. Should be right over in here. Not a bad looking little hand cart. So we jump over here, grab a bale. We just want 1. We don't need 27 or however many there are. Okay, we got 1 here. Great. Come up over here. Let's see about getting it loaded. Okay. That's on. The backing doesn't work quite as well with the cart as it does with the barrel, but not bad. Yeah, I mean, that's a nice looking setup. That's not too shabby at all. Okay, steering is a little bit tight, but we'll get it. Okay, so release the tension belt, fill it up, pop the tension belt back on. Same thing here. Yeah, this is nice. This is probably faster than the Massey Ferguson, the skid steer, because we don't have to keep putting the bales down and coming back to check on them. We can just belt and unbelt. They may have to stop. Let's see. Nope, that's a drive-by feeding, guys. We're getting good at this. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. That's how we're going to take care of these igloos from now on. That was really nice and easy, so cool. All right, well, I think we're going to call it there for today. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos, and we'll see you in the next one. We are here in November, guys, using our new Dangerville bale trailer and Autoload to pick up our hay bales on our small grass field. This is such a nice way to collect the bales. I've enjoyed a lot of the manual work of keeping up with the cattle, the feeding, the straw, the mucking, but driving hay bales from the field back to the barn using the Massey has been quite the process. So I am glad that we are able to step up now that we have 100 animals and start using a couple of quality of life changes to make this go just a bit easier. So let's get this guy parked up and let's talk about the plan for today. So, as you guys can see, we have $207,000. I did a bunch of tree cutting back here, trying to get an area cleared out so we could put our new cow barn in. And I think that is what we're going to start with. So let's dive right into the construction menu and find ourselves a cow barn. Now, the hope is to get something that holds about 100 cows. I'd like a little more, maybe 120 would be great. But we sort of have to take what fits and what works. So we have a cow barn here, $60,000. That is absolutely enormous. I think that's too big for the area we have cleared out. We have a couple other ones. That one only holds 30. A lot of these are super, super expensive. We have some modified... Oh, that's not the one. We have modified versions of that barn that will fit some, will fit animals and do milk. I have this barn, which, you know, it's so close to fitting. I mean, it's almost there. I think it's going to be just an absolute bonkers amount of land leveling to get that to fit. So that may not be the best option. This one holds 80. It's not too bad. Again, we have quite a bit of land leveling to get into. Here's one that does do milk. This is one of the base game barns. So we could put it like, let's see, get up and get an angle on it. We could put it over here going into, have the pasture going into the forest. That is one option. Where are the controls, or where are the triggers? I mean, milk's going to be on that side. Got it. Food in the middle and animals on that end. So realistically, since we do more with the animals than with the milk, we probably want that barn facing this way. Solar panels, wow, oh boy, 165,000. Definitely not within our budget for today. So if I get this guy, man, that seems pretty good in there. I think we need to cut down like 1 or 2 more trees. These two right up here at the top. So let's run down here and let's see. It was this one. And, oh, wrong button. This one next to it. Give us a little bit of a better spot to get this in and get turned around. We've done a lot of tree work between episodes, so we don't need every tree. This is dead wood. That can just go as well. We don't need to keep that around. That's dead wood. All the dead wood we just cut down. Even chopping it up, delimbing it, and everything else. And I think they're worth like 20 or 30 bucks in total. So not worth our time to even consider harvesting. And those other 2 we cut down, we've got plenty of wood over the last episode or 2. So let's come in here. Okay, so if we put that there, that lines up pretty nice. Where is going to be... So the sweet spot, it actually, I mean, it's much better level-wise. Right. There's like one spot, 172.96. Okay. Do you want to customize the fence for the big cow barn with milk trigger? Yes, we do. All right, let's just see. I mean, we may have to do a significant amount of ground leveling. And if that's the case, then we don't need to worry about the fence. We'll come back in and do that. Hard to tell. There's definitely some ground leveling on this corner, and there's definitely some ground leveling on that corner, but I think we might be all right down here. So let's see. This starts here. We're going to have this sort of come out and follow this line down close to the field. We'll come up. We'll come back. I can't see anything. Land not owned by you. Okay, so let's get rid of the last segment. We won't come over quite so far. So let's come over to right about there. And then can we snake it right back in here? They still don't seem to think this land is owned by me. Okay. So let's pick up that last segment and let's put it on this side of this tree. That seems to be working better. Wow, I think the post might be just like inches off of our land. Okay, so yes, let's go back to the default outline. That's okay. At least we got it in there. Not going to be too much bigger, but we also don't need it to be all that much bigger than it is now. Now let's get in here and start seeing about getting all this stuff softened and leveled out. Let's get an even bigger brush here and start going to work. Yeah, see, we couldn't see that, but it did snap that line down pretty good there. So why don't we do this? Let's pull this up. Let's sell it. Okay, and then let's go ahead and grab a brush and let's bring the level out. I actually want to go even bigger than that. I have lots and lots of extra room. Okay. So that's nice and level there. I think we potentially come in here and try to remove a couple of trees. This is a tricky spot to get a barn into. We don't want these big humps in the ground where it just looks like the barn doesn't belong. We want things to smooth out. It's okay to have things on different levels. The trees don't let us level the ground the way we want to. So we have to get rid of those trees to soften this edge so we can have control over the ground level. So let's see. Rid of that tree. Anything else right up against it? I think we're in decent shape. Let's get over here. Okay, put our chainsaw away. Don't need to be standing around holding the chainsaw. Go back in here and okay, let's get the brush size up, change shape. I just want this lip to be smoother. I want the transition into the pasture to be nice and even. And then let's just come right down here. We expanded this out pretty far, so it shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so let's go back to our barn. This one does do milk. No, that's the breeding pasture. Got to keep going. Okay, with milk trigger. So we are good to go there. All right, so if I bring it out, I'm going to bring it all the way down as much as I can so that we can keep it on our property. So let's go ahead and place that there. Yes, I'd like to customize. It's always the goal. Let's come out here. Let's go out to the field. Let's come back in. Gotta see where that post is. Right about there. Right about there. Oh, and we missed it. So let's get rid of that last segment. And do you want to plant meadow? Yes, definitely want to plant meadow. That is the critical part. So we got to get some equipment out of the way so we can soften some of these things. I guess I should turn that off. Okay, so we definitely have some bumps we got to get rid of. Let's spin around. And let's start making this really usable for us. So I think this is actually going to work really, really well, guys. I am pleased with how this is turning out. We're going to have to do a walk around. You can never quite find all of the uneven spots when you're in the construction menu, but I'm feeling pretty good that we are in decent shape to begin with. Just make sure that everything around the outside edges is nice and smooth. Okay, so I feel like that is going well. So let's get in here. Let's take a quick walk. That's a nice, easy slope up. We have the animal dealer at that end, the food in the middle. This is nice and flat. Good area to get the milk out. I'm wondering if our manure heap extension is cooperating, did it connect? So it's connected to the greenhouse and the birthing barn. It might connect up to this one too. It is certainly very close to that. So now let's jump in. We are having a lot of success getting this in. I was a little worried about it because going into the forest with uneven ground can be a real challenge. So let's go ahead and put some gravel down so that we can have a nice, easy time getting where we need to go. If you guys aren't using, what is it called? The Perfect Edge tool, where you just hold down shift and it just flies right up in a straight line. That is an unbelievable tool for getting this type of stuff done. That way you're not flying off doing all kinds of crazy over wide distances, or you're sliding along, you're not getting real wide or out of line. Just snap it in. Okay, and we are good to go. I think that is everything we needed there. Let's see. One more walk around. Now we got a little corner there. Let's see if we can do something with that. We may not be able to because it's right at the corner of the greenhouse, but it'd be nice to be able to, oh yeah, we can soften that a little bit. Just help it all out, make it nice and easy. Don't want any sharp drop-offs. Make sure all of this is as smooth as we can get it. And while we're here, we'll come in. Where's the forest ground? Forest needles. Throw some of that in here. Throw a little bit of patchy grass. You just sort of put a couple spots in here and there. And then a bush or two. And it looks like it's been there the whole time. Great. All right, so the run through. We now have gravel all the way around. We have got to get cows in here. We got milk over here. The pasture is great. Look at this pasture with the trees, guys. That is a great looking pasture in here. I like that a lot. This is going to be really, really nice for our animals. So, speaking of the animals, let's go grab them. We have a couple of other tasks to do today. I'm going to go ahead and... Actually, let's leave the interactive zone markers on while I'm getting the animals moved. That way I don't end up getting lost trying to move the animals. So, select all. Now, I've been doing some testing, guys, and if you hit move to trailer, it moves to the one that has the green highlighting on it. If you hit move selected, 33 animals move to the trailer. So we have just moved all of the animals out of that barn in one step, which has been a bit of an ongoing challenge, as you guys have heard me talk about. So I'm trying to figure out the controls, trying to learn them. You want to use move selected, not move to trailer. So R, then we want to go, let's see, select all, and then move selected, move 33 animals to husbandry. Yes, that is excellent. We are going to pop back in here because there is a calf or two. I'm not sure exactly how many. Just one, it looks like. So move to trailer. Brown Swiss, spoiled embryo. No, that's definitely not the one. It's this one right here. And actually, before we move him, let's go ahead and give him a new name. Todd, and he is November of year 3. So he is good to go. Todd, and he's a bull even after all that, so can't beat that. So Todd, where'd you go, bud? And select, move to trailer, move Todd. Okay, great. So we are going to start putting the adolescent animals into what was the old birthing barn. I have to do some name changing on the buildings as we get going here. So let's jump in here. I know we have at least one animal that's ready to move. Move to trailer. No, you still have to click on, and that's the part that gets to be a bit confusing. And then we go back to trailer, check, move to husbandry, move to husbandry. Great. Okay, so any animals in here that are, yep, we have one. Move to trailers. So the one of the things I'm noticing with the realistic livestock mod is that the adolescent animals, and this may not be the mod, so I don't want to blame the mod, but the realistic livestock mod and the animal system, the adolescent animals are not showing as adolescents like on screen. When you're physically seeing them, they don't show as grown-up animals or adolescent animals until well into the day, even though if you come in, you can very quickly see visually in here that they are adolescents. So not sure if that's a lag with the mod or if that is a challenge with just the animals in general, or if the game is so specific that it knows what time of day the animals were born and it's keeping track of that, and that's when they turn over, or you have to be here for a certain amount of time. I'm not sure about all of that, but I have noticed that it's worth going into all of the animal pens and checking the actual age of the animal instead of just relying on the visual representation in the game. So, too young. Too young. Too young, too young. Where are we getting down to? This must be animals to buy. Hold on. Yeah, that's animals. Let's see. Okay, that's, yeah, move to husbandry. We don't want to do that. We want to grab all of our adolescent animals that are in here. There's a bull in here too, huh? That's interesting. We have a bunch of Angus adolescent animals. Another Angus bull in here. Adolescent, adolescent, adolescent. A bunch of water buffalo adolescents. Another one here. So now we need to go move selected, move 18 animals. So now the only animals in here should be either bulls or females that are ready to breed or that have been bred. So let's go ahead, move all of our adolescents into their new pen. Select all, move selected, 26 animals. Perfect. Those should all be adolescents. Cool. We are getting organized here, guys. It is coming together. So I want to check in here now and see if any of these animals are pregnant. We do have suitable males. I'm quite confident of that. You'll just have to look a little bit harder there, Dot. Yeah, we've got a bunch of pregnant animals in here. There's our bull. Jupiter's pregnant. Oh, pregnant water buffalo, a second pregnant water buffalo. Move selected, 10 animals. All right, great. So we are in good shape in regards to our animals. I do want to get a couple of straw bales and a couple of loads of TMR into the birthing barn, this new red one, just to keep those animals healthy. I don't want them to be without any food for any real amount of time. Select all, move selected, 10 animals, move into husbandry. Excellent. And now, okay, I think we are in good shape. We're going to leave the herdsman stick right out here on the corner. Let's grab the Fiat off of our bale trailer. I'm going to turn off the interactive zone markers. I don't think we need those for the rest of the episode now that we know where we are going. Because we have one more thing to do after getting these animals set up and taken care of. There are a couple of good items in the sale that we are looking at for today. And I guess the question is, you know what, I know what they are, so I'll leave it a surprise for you guys for just a minute. But we're going to have some fun today with one of our new purchases as well. So, no more TMR for you guys. We have our TMR dump side is on the left of this wagon. So we're going to go ahead and swing down here to check and see how I make this corner, if I need to widen that path. No, it's not bad at all, actually. All right, give them some TMR. Won't be very much, but it'll at least get them fed. I will make a bunch of TMR here in a little bit. Let's jump in and check on that new... Okay, the birthing barn is not really the birthing barn. The big cow barn with milk trigger. Okay, so we have 4,000 liters of mixed ration. They don't have any straw. They don't have any manure or slurry because they need those. They need extensions put on there. So right now, let's just focus on getting them a straw bale or two, just so they're comfortable. I'm going to park this right here. And let's get our bucket detached over here. Grab our bale spikes. And we'll jump out. Let's just put 2 straw bales into... Man, we only have 5. Really, straw is something that is a struggle for us. We're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna get more straw on the farm. So I guess the question is, I was gonna throw this in the mixer wagon. Can I take the bales in there loose and will they spread, or do we need to actually have them shredded? Let's try an experiment here and see. So... Doesn't seem like the top one is filling in at all. I don't see the straw fill plane doing anything, so I'm guessing they have to be shredded, which is fine. We can handle that. That's why we left the night mixer wagon right here. Okay. Just getting the straw put in there. We're going to have to, I think it's going to end up taking both bales, and it's going to have to do a little bit of mixing on the fly because our capacity is not that good. So let's turn that off. One thing I did learn about this wagon, you hear the tractor, it changes sounds when it's done mixing. So you can actually, from outside the tractor, keep track of... Yeah, we just had to have the straw, which is fine. Straw blown in. So we may have to pick up an actual straw blower to do this the correct way, but for right now, we will do it this way. Is it actually going in? Can we see the straw plane? Yeah, it's just very... Oh, it's going to take a lot of straw. So we may have to buy some straw here, guys. Let's see. Yeah, so both bales are in there. There it is. It's filling in. Okay, so maybe it's not too bad. I mean, we probably still have to buy a couple of straw bales just because of the size of the barns we're running now. And we have 2 barns with straw because we still want to get manure out of the adolescent pen as well. So they'll finish up the TMR that I put in there for today, and then we'll get the adolescents in the old birthing barn switched over to hay as well. So, let's go to the store, because there are a couple of items there that I am very, very interested in. So, I did, between episodes, switch this over to a gooseneck. I was using it to pull the logs up to the store, and the bumper pull was just pushing the trailer, pushing the truck all over the place. So... did get that switched over, and it drives much, much more nicely now. So I will see you guys up at the store in just a minute. All right, we are at the store. Let's jump into the sale, and let me show you a couple of items I'm very excited about. First and foremost, we have an International 4900 mixer wagon truck on sale for $16,577, and guys, its capacity is 32,000 18,000 liters. So it is almost 3 times bigger than our existing mixing wagon. So let's get some colors selected out and get this thing set up to go. Skoda Metallic. I don't know. That actually doesn't look too bad. That's interesting. Grill color. I wonder what, do we have Skoda Metallic? We definitely do not. So let's leave it at black. Bumper color. Bumper should always be black, right? I mean, let's just keep it simple. I don't know. That I sort of like the Skoda Metallic, but what other colors do we have? Let's see. I keep trying to find a spot to use that New Holland color, but the Zool, but it just doesn't look very good. Did a lot of blues in the last one. Maroon's not a bad option. Yeah, maybe we go with maroon. That's a pretty nice color. So that is all set up. I was just checking to see if it had a bumper pull. It does not, so it is going on the trailer on the way back. And then the other item, let's see, where did it go? I'm not sure if it's going to work out or not, but yeah, here we go. So we have the new Wilson 32-foot gooseneck trailer for $9,300. Definitely want to cover on that. The tarp is, so the hard top is 0. The half top is 600 and the tarp is, that makes no sense, guys. We're going with the hard top for free then. The King Ranch edition, I think that has to do with the tarp version. And then rims, obviously we go black given the chance. So I think for $9,300, this is going to be worth having. This one holds, let's see, holds 9 cows. So it nearly doubles our capacity compared to what we have right now. Just checking to see if anything else came on overnight that is worth bringing home. Love to pick this guy up for 30 grand and have a big truck to start pulling stuff, but that is a big truck. So even the day cab has the fairing on it, huh? That's interesting. I'd like to see that without the fairing. So, but 40 grand, that's crazy. Oh, aero parts, no. Okay, so we can't get rid of them. Okay, hold on. Plastic bumper, I mean, yeah, wouldn't care about that. Mirrors, don't need any additional mirrors. Sun shield, we'll see, maybe. Let's see, color-wise, yeah, nice dark gray. That's not bad looking. We just don't have use for this yet. I'd really like to get it. I'd like to have a big truck to be able to pull stuff back and forth, but that's just not a good option. The only other thing in here, and I think it's sold. No, it's this one, the Mack Anthem tanker. I would love to have this to pull milk around the farm, but for $53,000, guys, we can't afford to do it. The last thing we are going to pick up today, though, is we are getting more milk than our little milk tanker can handle. So I think we're going to scrub out our existing universal trailer, which is this one that holds 7,500 liters, and convert that to a milk and buffalo milk trailer. And we're going to upgrade to the 18,000 liter twin axle version. So let's go ahead and, man, I just don't want to pay for tires, guys. I just really don't. Main color, I still love the special green. That's just such a good color on that tank. So let's do that. We're going to go back to the farm. We'll clean out the existing slurry tanker, switch it over for milk, get it sterilized. I'll probably paint it white, and then we'll switch that over and we'll sell the little tanker that we have, the little Abbey style tanker we have as well. So we're going to buy that. Okay, so now the question becomes, what fits on the trailer? Hopefully we can get it all. Between episodes, between now and the next episode, I'll get the other grass field cut. I'll get all the cows fed. I'll get the rest of that new big barn all situated and set up for our animals. Get them topped off with food and straw. Maybe even to come back here and buy some straw. And then we'll head into the winter. But guys, we are getting there. I'm so excited to have this big. Look at this huge. Oh yeah, there were a couple pallets of seed on sale I bought as well. Commercial feed mixer. That thing is going to be absolutely great. I don't think it has a trailer hitch. Let's double check. See if we can. Well, otherwise we'll attach this on. No. No trailer hitch for us. Can we get this guy onto the trailer? Because having our little International pull the big D4900 is going to be pretty funny, if you ask me. Pull it all the way up and get the bumper up there. Turn it off. Okay, so now let's jump in here. Let's fold the ramps. Okay, we're getting too many buttons too fast here, guys. Okay, we got the ramps folded. Let's get that turned off. It is really insistent on trying to start. I'm going to see if I can't put that tanker on the back here real quick. And if we get the tanker in the back, the seeds go in the bed of the truck, we could have an absolutely enormous load of things going back to the farm. I think the tanker's going to have to go sideways if we get it on there at all. So let's see. Let's get up until we get hit on it. Yeah, that tanker is heavy. Oh, is it heavy? Can we get it to rest across the back? Gotta get squared up. I'm thinking maybe the first set of wheels just barely on, and then see if we can get the rest of it. Man, that is bigger than you think. Let's go over here and take a look. Let's see what we have. Why is it hitting the back of the trailer already? There's nothing there, guys. Come on. Yeah, there's like an invisible collision here that's causing us a problem. Well, looks like we're making 2 trips. We did try. We're making 2 trips. We'll get the seed on the next one as well. Right now, we'll just leave that there. But I am going to call it an episode there, guys. That was really, really successful. We got the bales picked up for the first time using Autoload, which was just a real treat. We got a new cattle barn. How many cattle does that thing hold? It doesn't even tell us. We'll have to check that next time, but I think it holds at least 100 cattle, which is just really, really good news. We got the new mixer truck for $17,000 with almost 3 times the capacity of our existing mixer wagon. We picked up the new universal tank back there to increase our slurry carrying and our water carrying capacities, because we were just using way more water on the farm than we were before. And we can use the old one once it's cleaned out and sterilized and repainted for milk. So just a really successful episode. This is a big, big turning point for us. We have the capacity to get to our 300 cattle. We have the facilities, minus maybe a couple of calf igloos or calf huts already in place. So we are well on our way. And now it is really just time to turn and burn and start cranking out some cash, figuring out how we're going to make more and more money on the farm. So thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. And we'll see you in the next one. Well, guys, we are still back here in November. When we left last episode, we had discussed going into December for today's episode, but we had a couple of adventures that happened that we had to address before getting out of November, and I figured since we're still here and still doing work, why not bring you guys back in for the first feed on the feed truck. So the challenge we ran into, we had a couple. The big one was the barn in front of us is not the one we added last episode. I actually downloaded 2 mods that added milk to that base game barn, and the one we installed last episode did not work with straw at all. I could not get straw to go in and create manure. It would just go in and sit no matter what I did. And I've spent several hours trying to get to the bottom of what the issue was, whether it was we were over past our property line or I was getting conflicting manure heap extensions because we have another one on the farm. And it turns out, after all the testing, that that mod just does not produce manure. So with that in mind, I went to the other cow barn that I had installed and did some testing, and this one seems to work fine. So you'll notice a couple slight differences. The milking machines are in slightly different places, but it holds basically the same number of cows. Both barns held 99 cows. I think the pasture on this one might end up being a little bigger, giving us 1 or 2 extra cows perhaps, but essentially the same barn that we had. From a use perspective, you know, what we're going to be using it for doesn't change anything, but it does function. Now, as you guys can see, getting these bales into our new truck-based feed mixer is an adventure because our little Massey Ferguson is not very tall. I would say it is not as tall as it could be to get the truck to work. So let's see what we got going on in here. All right, so it is full, and that is good. I do want to just drive by our new adolescent cow pen, because I think there's a hay bale in here that is hanging out. Now when that happens, it gets pulled into the barn first, and we don't want hay going into our birthing barn. We want the hay going into the other pens, and only TMR going into the new barn. Oh boy, didn't see the tractor there. So we are all topped off with TMR. Let's swing to the back here and get all these ladies fed. The brakes on this truck need just a little bit of servicing. They don't really slow us down very much, but the mixing wagon part works really, really well. So, our first batch of TMR going into the new birthing barn. I figured we'd make a double batch, get this thing filled most of the way up. I'm not even sure how much this one takes. Let's take a look here and see. Okay, birthing barn. So we're at 15,000, and I'd say we're about a fifth of the way there, maybe a quarter. So, assuming it's going to take 2 full loads and hold about 60,000 liters of food in total, we'll call that good. Did it end up taking that hay? No, the hay went to the other barn. That's good. Yeah, I did change the barn names. We have the bullpen for the bulls, Teen Town for the adolescent calves, Adult Swim for the breeding pen, and then our birthing barn and our standard 6 igloos as well. So have everything we need all set up now. So that took 33,324 liters. Let's see. It took, looking at the, that's the wrong barn. There we go. Took 32,000 on the nose. Looks to have been just about half. So let's go fill up another one. And actually what I might do first, I might throw a couple of hay or straw bales in and go shoot those in real quick. So let's see. Square straw bales, we have 3. I thought we had more than that. Maybe we don't. Yeah, I think that's all we have. So let's go ahead and put 2 of those in. Definitely have to go buy some more. I do think we have a straw blower on our list in the near future. Been looking at a couple of mods to do that. So we'll get the straw put in here. And that is the full extension of the Massey. That is all we get. Alright, not too shabby. So, in addition to the problem with the barn and the manure heap, I was having some troubles with our new Dangerville bale trailer. Go ahead and watch that straw plane fill up. There it is, just starting to kick in. Yeah, so our new Dangerville bale trailer was giving me some trouble. You guys may have noticed at the beginning of the last episode, I couldn't get the dolly axle lock to work, which was going to make backing it up and storing all of our bales a bit of a challenge. I felt like, you know, it wasn't the end of the world, could figure it out, could still handle them manually, even if it was just pushing them in. And then in doing the testing with this cow barn issue, I ran into a problem where the trailer started, the straps, for no reason, no one was touching them, the trailer wasn't moved, but the straps were attaching themselves to vehicles as they drove by. So I kept having vehicles get tangled with the trailer like they were strapped to it, which doesn't make any sense at all. So based on the fact that the dolly lock wasn't working and the fact that it was sort of attaching itself to random vehicles that were nearby, I decided to get rid of that. So I'll show you guys real quick. I did find a really cool bale trailer, all rusted out and looking like it's been on the ranch forever. So we did sell the Dangerville. I think we made $5 or $6 or $7 grand on that at sale, and then picked this thing up. This was $1,000, and I'm excited to use it. Looks better on the farm. It's the perfect patina and everything else, so good to go. The one thing with this is it is a true ball hitch, so it only attaches to our international truck. It does not hook up to our Fiat, so we'll have to use a truck to grab our bales. Not that that's a problem, but just something to keep track of. All right, let's get the second round of TMR made. Testing my skills here with the farm, or the Thrustmaster Farmstick. I can tell you we are at the extent of my ability. Anything much harder than this, and I think that other one's going to fall out. Let's just let that first one bail into or trickle into the mixer wagon. Let the second one fall. I'm afraid if I try to drop them, it's going to... yeah, it's going to fall out the other side. So we saved it from falling out the other side. Having this new, bigger feed mixer is just incredible, guys. I mean, 32,000 liters of TMR is just exactly what we need to be mixing every time. I think the cows, based on some of the other testing I was doing with the barns and everything else, we have 42 pregnant females or recovering females in the birthing barn now, and I think they're going to eat about 30,000 liters a day. So definitely going to get through all of this TMR, and glad we're not mixing it at 11,000 liters per time. We can almost triple that. So, oh, we lost one. May have to go back in and grab it. Let's see how much this makes a full load or not. Give it a second to mix in. I did get the big grass field mowed and tedded and baled into hay, so we have just a ton of hay, which is part of the reason the shed looks so full. Let's go ahead and jump in here. Yeah, we're still 4,000 liters short, so let's grab that extra bale that was hanging out. Trying to use these 6,000 liter square bales. I'm not sure where those came from. Oh, and I definitely didn't want to get 6 of them out. We only wanted 1. Well, more bale handling, that's all. More practice. I think a couple of these we can probably... bet 6 of these I can get to just push right in, basically. Yeah, and then just drop these. And then these 6 we can do something very similar. Let's see. Get these guys put back in. I mean, this little mass, you guys, this is insane. That is 6 bales. It is just... I mean, I'm not doing anything crazy with them, but it just is, like, not a problem at all for this guy to handle 6 bales. That is crazy considered how small a piece of equipment it is. We do have a ton of weight on the back, but I don't think that's too much to expect. And it's just really continues to perform really, really well. So while we have the Massey, let's go ahead, and we have a couple extra hay bales out. No point in putting all of them back. We certainly didn't need all 6, but let's run over. We'll move the Fiat, put a couple in here to get this guy topped off. I did use our new water tank you can see back there. That worked exceptionally well at getting all of our greenhouses full. And then I'll show you guys. We had the old water slurry tank sanitized, cleaned out, and repainted, refurbished to be our milk trailer. So this is the one we had on the farm from the start, basically, or only a couple episodes in. So that has been very nice and being able to move more milk. And let's go ahead and get these guys into the feeding trough. We squeeze them in. Let's see, 2 at a time, maybe. Oh, that looked promising. Let's see if we take it off, if it starts. Jump out and check and see what's happening here. Yeah, they're going in. They're fighting it a little bit. Oh, yeah, we got dancing bales. Dancing bales. Let's see what happens with... Alright, got that one in. This one, we may have to... Let's just do this. These guys are going to be switched over to hay, so we can go ahead and drop this one right here. Cool. And we got all of our loading with the Massey done for the day. Should have our little work light on when we're driving around. A little popped a wheelie there, not sure what that was about, but not a big deal. I assume there's still a hay bale in here. So once again, we're just going to drive by Teen Town, as we're calling this barn, for all of our adolescent cows. And let's just jump in, see if they make sure they're not filled up yet. No, they're not filled up yet. And they'll eat through all of that total mix ration first and then get to the hay. So not a problem to be adding some as we go. So heading around to the back again, get our second load of TMR in our new barn with all of our pregnant cows. I'm excited to have this one up and running. May have to trim some trees and widen the drive a bit there, because making this a K-turn every time probably isn't going to happen. Go ahead and get them filled up. I'm interested to see how much they take. I'm guessing the capacity's got to be right around 60,000. So let's see. When we get down close to 10, we'll jump back in and check. But the cows now have a pasture to move around in. They've got some trees, some shade. They've got an indoor area. They've got an actual proper milking parlor. So lots of improvements here. So let's see, 55. Yeah, holds exactly 60. Okay, cool, that works. So now we need to, the difference on this one is this barn has a slurry tank built in. The other one did not. So this is actually where the slurry comes out back here. And let's see. We need to get manure placed. So what I want to do is use as much of the manure that we have as we can before we get rid of that manure heap back there. So let's go ahead and get some on our grass fields. Gotta wait for that light to come down. There we go. It's got a nice animation. Just takes a little longer than I expected to. Let's not get caught on the inside post there. Okay, here we are. 33,000 liters of manure. Let's get our map up. Let's go spread some manure. Get us open. So one of the things that I have been chatting with some of you guys about in the comments is some mod conflicts or mods not working, you know, which is what I was experiencing with that cow barn. And I like to just, you know, take a minute to share with you guys, you know, when you have a mod conflict or something isn't working as intended, there are a couple things you guys can do. So first and foremost, I would take whatever the latest mod is you're trying to use that you're having a problem with. I would load it up and I would put it into a base game map with no other mods. Only do it with that mod. Maybe a couple of, you know, quality of life ease mods like power tools or easy dev controls or something, just so you can get some of the stuff you need to do some testing. But check and see if the mod will perform in the most vanilla basic map with no extra things going on and everything else. If that works, then you want to come back and add in other mods slowly. You can add in, depending on how many you play with, like this game save, I think I have about 380 mods, because I have some ones that I just keep in all the time, whether I use them or not. You know, stuff for bigger farms that we're not going to use on this, but then add back in your mods. But even doing that, I've had to go back and, you know, I've had to just go through my mod folder, clean it out, and take out a couple hundred mods and just get rid of them because I'm not using them and it's too much to keep track and make sure they're updated and have the right version and everything else. So once you try adding some mods back in, if everything continues to work, and basically you can get everything you had in the game on a base map, then you start to think that maybe there's a problem or a conflict with the map you're using. If you're using a base game map, then that shouldn't be the case, but if you're using a mod map or an off mod hub map, that can be it as well. But typically it's mod conflicts. It's two mods that are not working together very well. You know, just as a quick example, I had, I think, what was it, Power Tools was the original one that came out on. Lets you do some stuff in the back end, gives you flight mode, toggle super strength, that kind of stuff. Just so when I'm setting up maps and moving stuff around, I can do stuff quickly so I can get to the actual, you know, episode part of the gameplay. And then Easy Dev Controls came out this week, and Easy Dev Controls is fantastic, so I downloaded it and immediately had some challenges with some double keybinds and things overlapping, and, you know, created a conflict between, let's say, Easy Dev, Power Tools, and Lumberjack, I think it was, with the ability to remove trees. So there's lots of things like that, and all three of those mods are great. It's no one's fault. They haven't done anything wrong. It's just modders can't anticipate all the ways that you're going to use the mod and how they're going to interact with all the thousands and thousands of mods out there. So do yourself a favor, do a little testing on your own before you just start claiming that mods don't work or they're broken or the modder didn't do a good job. You know, make sure there's not something that's going on your system as well. And like I said, I probably spent close to 4 hours today trying to figure out what was going on with that original barn we had, making sure it wasn't conflicting with something else I had, and I just could not get it to work. And finally was at the point where everything was set up and should be working, and the straw just wasn't even being used. I was putting straw in the barn, it wasn't going anywhere, so no manure was being created. And at that point I had to just sort of say, yeah, you know, at this stage, that barn's not working, not doing what it's supposed to do. So just some advice on how you can test that stuff, because I know playing with mods is a lot of fun. It can certainly be challenging at times, but, you know, I think that's part of the beauty of the system, is you got to fight a little bit to get ahead at times. So just my insight. I'm certainly not an expert, but, you know, just from experience and trying to keep things running, you know, that's how I test my mods. That's how I get through mod conflicts. That's how I do that kind of stuff. So if you have problems or have questions, feel free to drop me a comment down below. I'm happy to offer you any advice that I can from my experiences. Like I said, I'm certainly not an expert, but, you know, I've been through it a couple times, and if I can offer anyone some advice to, you know, make things work out, that's great, because there's nothing worse than being excited about getting a mod and putting it in, and then it doesn't work and do what you want it to do, and your excitement turns to frustration. So anyways, back on track. So let's get, oh, come on, you could make that corner. Come on, make the corner. We'll go the other way then. Let's get back on track here. We're going to spread some more manure. What's interesting is, and you'll see here in a minute, this field tends to take manure very well, which it is right now. Nice, even application. You can see the different soil types. You can see, you know, we're getting stuff done. Our other grass field, which I think we're going to have enough to get to here in a minute, really struggles with the nitrogen application from the manure. I'm not really sure what that's about. It's obviously the same map. Maybe it's a different soil type or something of that nature, but in general, seems like it shouldn't struggle as much as it does. And I don't know if that's a precision farming setting or if that's just the way, you know, some of this is going to be, but I just find it really interesting that this field seems to very easily take manure, very evenly, works really well, and the other field seems to be very, very splotchy. So let me get through this field here real quick, and then we'll jump over to the other grass field and spread whatever remaining manure we have, and then we will jump back in. So I'll see you guys in just a minute over at the other field. Alright guys, that is the big grass field done. I'm going to jump out down here at the end and give you guys the precision farming reading off of this field. Let's just pause right here, jump out real quick. So our nitrogen is perfect at 60 out of 65. We do need to add some lime for the pH. It's starting to get a little bit low. So let's grab as much of the rest of the manure as we can and head over to the other field. And you guys will see down in that bottom left-hand corner where the map is just so much different on this field than the other one. Very splotchy, super oversaturated. We have so much, excuse me, nitrogen. It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, look how splotchy that is. Some of it's red, some of it's orange, and certainly our soil map, if you want to look at that. Here, let's jump out and let's take a quick look at the map and look at the soil map here. You can see this field where the tractor is, I mean, it's only sandy loam and loam, that's it, and it's not splotchy, it's striped. So it's not like the ground type is just all mixed up on this map and it's getting everything else. I just don't understand why this field is such a struggle to get a consistent nitrogen application on. It's just all over the place. And in the end, in order to get rid of the red areas like where we're in now, a lot of the other areas end up turning green and we have way too much nitrogen, which as far as I can tell from precision farming and my experience in Farm Sim 22, doesn't actually hurt grass. Grass just sort of subtracts nitrogen at every harvest or every cut, and then you keep working down. So you can actually have, in my experience, way too much nitrogen on your grass and it really doesn't change anything. You can actually sort of store extra nitrogen in the field that way. We'll have to check and see what the yield bonus is going to be on this field when we're done spreading. to see if maybe they change that for Farm Sim 25. So we'll do a couple laps around here. I'll bring you guys back in when we are done, and we'll take a look at the soil data and the yield data to see if it's going to make a difference. So I'll catch you guys in just a minute. That is the end of the manure, guys. Didn't quite get the whole field, but got most of it. I did get this entire area down here at the end. So let's jump out. So this says nitrogen is perfect at 150 out of 55 kilograms per hectare. So we have 3 times as much nitrogen down as needed for the grass. Over here we have 105 out of 55, 60 out of 55, 125 out of 65. This area up here I don't think I got. Yes, we have 15 out of 55 on this area I didn't get. I may come back and get some slurry. And then around the outside, we're 60 out of 55. So it just seems like the nitrogen levels on this field are all over the place, unlike the other field. I'm not sure what that's about, but that is just something that's going on here on the farm that we're getting through. It's not a big deal. I guess I did say I'd check the yield. What does it say? We don't have any expected yield data because it still has to grow because it's recently harvested. So we'll have to try to remember to check that before we mow it next time. So let's get this guy put away. Let's get a manure heap placed. And I have an idea based on some of the testing I did about a really nice location that I think is going to solve a lot of our challenges. So let's come in here. Nope, not going to get it first swing. Talking too much and not driving enough. Get her straightened out around the post, then hook her back in. There we are. And we are in and square. Give that a second to detach. There we are. Okay, get the Fiat parked over here out of the way, get that turned off. So first order of business, we're going to, actually the first order of business is always to save, guys. I tell you that and I didn't even do it. Save before doing construction in case you have any regrets. So, done saving, jump into the construction menu. The first thing we're going to do is to remove the old manure heap. I'd prefer not to have 2. I thought we might have to have 2, but we don't. So we're going to skip that. We're going to go ahead. I'm actually going to come down here and we're going to put it right here next to the greenhouse. And I think that's going to catch both of our barns and may feed our greenhouses the manure so we don't have to be moving it by hand unless there's an issue. So silo extensions, we'll come right back in here, grab the one. I want to make sure we're on grid snapping, so I want that to be up there nice and tight. $10,000, perfect, nice and easy. Let's go ahead and paint that. I don't know why this particular manure heap comes with mud in the bottom, but the mud, the massy just gets stuck in it, just gets absolutely bogged down. So, and then we're going to smooth all the rest of this out, make it disappear. I think there was a spot down here that was giving me trouble the other day. So, okay. So that is our new manure heap all set up and good to go. And if you look at that in the bottom right hand corner, we are connected to the Greenhouse 2, Greenhouse 1, Teen Town Barn, and the Birthing Barn. So we are all set in regards to getting manure from both of our barns and distributing right to the greenhouses because they're next door. So that is really, really good news. Let me check on our cows, and if we are all set, birthing barn, they are full. They've got straw. They don't need water. Just double checking that. I'm saying it, but just want to make sure this barn doesn't take water. It doesn't. Let's go back to the top of the list. We have the bullpen. They've got a bunch of hay. They've got some grass. Yeah, they've got 27,000. They're good. I have moved the bullpen over to hay to get their productivity up, try to push their values. We got a couple of bulls, 2,500, 26, 25, 27, 24, basically, 3,600. We got a couple bulls that we need to be thinking about selling here. So something on our horizon. Teen Town, our new adolescent cow barn. We still have 13,000 liters of TMR and then some hay. So they got 20,000 liters to get through overnight. I didn't check the water on the bullpen. They are full at 60. I did get them. Okay, Adult Swim, the breeding pen. They got 60,000 liters of water, 26,000 liters of hay. They are good to go. Birthing barn, we just checked. And the igloos, I know I topped off. We can power through those. And then obviously our chickens still have 46,000 liters of food. So they are good to go. So with that in mind, guys, I will see you guys in December. Here we are, and we have manure in our new manure heap, guys. That is good news. 19,858 liters of manure to be specific. The cows ate 27,000 liters of TMR overnight. They produced 3,800 liters of milk, 105 liters of buffalo milk, and they went through, we have 18,000 liters of straw, so about 4,500 liters of straw. Yeah, so they are good to go. So let's get the milk collected, and I think that's going to be about it for this episode. I do want to use our new milk, our new sanitized, cleaned, repainted, and repurposed trailer for getting our milk. And I don't know if I got the milk out of the birthing barn before we moved all the animals, so maybe we'll swing by there since we have plenty of capacity. So grab our milk trailer here. That's a nice looking trailer in white too. I love these universal tank trailers. They are a great trailer. All right, the milk is going to be right up here at the side door over here, down by our shovel for our Massey. So we'll just get backed in here and yep, there you go. The lid opens up. 3,846 liters going in. That would have been 2 trips with the old tanker. We did sell the old Abbey style tanker, the old little plastic one. So that is gone as well. We may have already... Yeah, just some buffalo milk, so we don't have any more. We can go around and collect the buffalo milk too before we head out. So guys, that was a great episode, just as far as getting back on track. I'm super excited to have our mixing truck. That is making a huge difference. I think we're going to go through, and you can even check the sale right now. We probably need to get a straw blower. Go down to the bottom, see what we have. Ooh, the Fendt for 69,000, 171 horsepower, and I bet it comes with Iceria Pro Compact. Guys, that's a $15,000 option. I may be doing, wow, that's 84,000. Man, oh man, and that's not even with the engine upgrade. The engine upgrade is another 17, it's 101. Ooh, that is tough. I might do a bunch of tree work between episodes to be able to buy that, because that would be a great addition. The Vermeer baler, there's actually a cool mod with this one that has a mower on the front. That's nice, but I like our bale setup we have now. More anhydrous stuff we don't need. Pallet handling we don't need. Got some fiber, some of the mixing stuff. The big harvester that would be nice. You know, this one's not a bad option, but it's only 110 horsepower for the other small Fiat. You know, we need a tractor that's a little bit bigger and has some more modern amenities, because the other thing is, guys, with the Fendt, we could start to use either real GPS or even just do the AI assist, like lane assist that comes in the base game with a more modern tractor, because this will have some screens. Yeah, it's got a screen up there. It's got that GPS antenna on top. So this is a modern tractor, and we haven't used any of those features yet. So that we'll see what happens next episode. You might come back and there might be a new tractor. But while we're here, let's get the rest of that buffalo milk, get it moved towards our very first pallet of buffalo mozzarella. Still think we're a long way off. We can check as we head out, but you know, as we keep adding to it, it will eventually add up to one pallet of the very expensive buffalo mozzarella, which is going to be a way that we try to make some money on this ranch. 105 liters there. We had, what, about 300 over here on the other side. Have to check and see. And I will, as always, get the calves moved. 270, so 376 total liters of buffalo milk to add to whatever we already have in here. But as I was saying, I will, as always, get the pregnant females moved, the calves moved, the adolescents moved, everyone fed and watered, and so we can come back and have a full and productive episode. So the milk tanker is emptied. Let's step in here and see. We have 1,122 liters of buffalo milk. We have just under 3,000 liters of cheese. I think that excludes these. No, I think it does include those from last time. So getting up there on the cheese, but we are making good progress. So thank you guys so much for joining me on this episode. Make sure to drop a like and turn on notifications for more episodes. And I'll see you in the next one. We are starting off here in December, guys, running up to the animal dealer. We have a couple of errands to run today up here. First and foremost, we've got to trade in our Dangerville animal trailer that has served us well, but it is time for it to take a hike and go to another ranch so we can get a bigger trailer, because we need to buy more animals every trip. So coming down here in the sale, we have the Wilson 32-foot gooseneck trailer. We went through this the other episode. We're going with the hard top. We'll black the rims, and that is going to be it. $9,302. We sold that other trailer for just about $7,000. So a $2,000 upgrade to hold double the cattle. Go ahead and get our tailgate down so we can get connected up here. We're going to grab a bunch of cattle and take them back with us, and then we're going to run back up here, and we need to pick up a sprayer for our wheat field. We have some weeds we need to get taken care of now that we have just a little bit of extra cash. Not a ton, but we got enough that we should start taking care of our fields. So, let's see. That's a nice looking setup there, guys. Look at that. Looking sharp. Okay, I like it. So we come in here, we're going to go through, and we're going to purchase all the animals that are in good shape for us. So very good. And there are not a ton in here today that look great. Average. We don't want average. Not looking for any more bulls. We get plenty of bulls from our breeding. Man, guys, that was rough. So let's buy selected. We're going to buy 2. And then what we're going to start doing here is popping over to the menu, and we'll come into settings. And where is it? Realistic livestock. Reset the animal dealer. Come back over and start over again. And we're going to do this a couple of times or until we have good. Oh, wow. Extremely high. Look at that. That Angus cow. That's a nice looking animal. 13 months. This one's 10 months. We don't want any more bulls. Very good. Any Herefords? No. Water buffalo. Wow, this might be the best water buffalo we own. 13 months. That's a nice looking animal. Okay, so we'll buy selected, buy 5 animals. So we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We are pulling into the ranch. I got to figure out how to get this big trailer to all of the animal pens it needs to go to. So I think we'll start with the calves. And I think we have some openings. I think this one right here on the right. So before we get all turned around and everything else, let's see if we can't get this guy in here. Okay, we have just the one calf. We're going to move selected. Yep, move to husbandry. While we're here, let's grab him. Let's see. Nice, July. Where is the one we just moved? July. Did we not move him? Oh, it's because we pulled up too far. Got it. Okay, the trigger's a little further back on this one. Okay, so let's get this guy moved. Move selected. Move to husbandry. 0 animals moved. Are we still on a full one? I feel like this one doesn't have that many animals. Well, let's jump out and check. This front one has 5, and this one has 4. Okay, so there should be 4 animals on this one. Let's back up and try the trigger again. Maybe we're just overlapping the trigger for the other one, and that's causing the problems. Let's see. Okay, this one has 4. Great. So move selected. 1 animal moved. Perfect. We just weren't lined up yet. Change his name real quick. Give him a December of 3 tag, and he is done. Now to carefully back up without hitting anything. It's going to be tight getting this big trailer maneuvered around our yard, but we will get it done. So we'll come in here, we'll cut around this corner, get the heifers dropped off. Now, one interesting thing, guys, they did say in the realistic animal description that there's a chance that you could buy a pregnant animal. And we certainly, I feel like, have bought our fair share of animals and have not had any pregnant animals so far. So I'm not sure. Maybe this is a very low chance. Maybe it's not working. You know, I'm not entirely sure. It just feels like if it was going to happen, it should have happened by now, I guess, is what I'm saying. So keep an eye out, but have not seen any pregnant animals in the sale. I think it'd be great to get a pregnant animal. That would give us the ability to really buy 1 cow and be getting 2 or 3 or 4, depending on how many calves that cow is going to have. Okay, so cut the wheel the wrong way, moving the camera. Now, the idea here is just to back this guy up and get lined up with the Teen Town trigger. Not sure for how far back on the trailer this trigger hits, but I think it's close to the front, so let's get lined up there. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Move selected. Yes, we want to move 5 animals. Great news. And get some names changed on here. Confirm. That would be 2. Inca, that's a good name. Haven't seen that one before. RCRC. Let's see. Any in here? No. Got 2 here. So after this, we have 1 more left to get renamed so we can keep track of them. Okay, and where is the last animal? We did move 5 in here, right? Dakota had a name but does not have the date of purchase. So excellent. That is all done. 10 new animals on the farm, guys. That's what we're looking for in regards to expanding the cattle ranch. Need to be buying animals on a regular basis. So, let's see. Yep, of course we catch the log grab. As I said, not used to having such a big trailer on the ranch here. We'll have to get some practice in. The Dangerville trailer worked great, loved it, just need more animals at this point. So, from here, we're going to go ahead and grab our Brant trailer and head back up to the shop. We got to pick up a sprayer. We need to pick up some hay bales. Probably should pick up a hay shredder. And we'll need some herbicide for the sprayer to actually work. Okay, that didn't connect. Sure seemed like we had a chance to connect there. I'm not sure why we didn't, but no big deal. So I will see you guys back up at the shop here momentarily. Back at the shop again, guys. Let's get this guy pulled over here out of the way and shut off. Let's start with our little bit of shopping here. So we know we need a sprayer. Got a couple of inexpensive options in here. So I've got this Hanica, the Crange 600, and the Optimal 400. So the Crange does 12 meters and 600 liters. And the Optimal does 400 liters and 12 meters and is more expensive. So this one holds more, has the same working width, and is cheaper. Sounds like a win to me. So let's go ahead and grab that. Okay, and then from there, we know we're going to need some herbicide. Holds 600, so maybe one. I mean, does that seem like enough? We'll see. We're going to buy one tank of herbicide. Can always come back up and get more. As far as bale shredders, head down to their bale straw blowers. Head down here. We've got a couple of options. We've got this Go Wheel, which mounts on the PTO or the 3-point. Looks like it only holds one bale. Not a bad price, though. Without mouse control, with mouse control, I don't know. 36,000 is too much. This is a bale cutter. I mean, does this one? Yeah, I'm not sure how this one works. Maybe you mount it up and then it cuts it open, but yeah, I'm not sure. Haven't used that one. And then we have the classic Elmer's, and then I have a modded Elmer's that does colors, but the Vermeer is cheaper, and I think it's narrower too, but the Vermeer to me looks like it takes round bales, and we have square hay bales. I mean, doesn't that look like it takes round bales too? I mean, sure, you could put square in there, but I don't think it's wide enough for a square bale to fit in there. And the way the sides are tapered in, I think that's for round bales. It doesn't really say. So let's take a look at this one. Can we upgrade tires for free? We can. Nice. So let's get some BKTs, my favorite tire. Color, Deutz Fahr Java Green. That looks nice, guys. That is a nice looking bale shredder. Oh, but it's $2,500? No, thanks. Azul? You trying to use our Azure to use that color? Nope, that looks terrible on that too. Kloss green? That's actually not too shabby. A little bit bright. What else do we have? What about beige? Oh, I like that, guys. That looks pretty good. Okay, so then we got black, which is fine, but let's just make it darker. It's not charging us for that. It's not charging us for that. Now, what's interesting is the rim color silver costs $500. Is there a free option like Fent Gray? Is the next one? That one's 500. I mean, pink, is that going to be 500? Huh. So it looks like all of the rim colors cost us $500. So that's not what we would prefer, but I guess that's life. So, okay, let's go ahead and buy that. And now we just need to get some straw bales to shred with it. So heading down to bales. Wheat square bales. I think we're going to try to get 10. We may even need more, guys. I think we have 1 left down in the shed. And our wheat's not going to be ready till, what is that, September? July, October, or August, September, somewhere in there. End of the summer. I don't think that's going to get us through with multiple barns. So I have not set this up for auto load on bales. So let's see what we get, what we have set up here automatically. Now, if you guys don't know, you can adjust the auto load area. For me, it's middle mouse button, and then you can use right mouse to adjust the sides. If you hold Alt, it'll use both at the same time. Keeping it square. I'd like to make it taller, try to get those bales squared up. And then we'll change it to square bales as far as the tension belt configuration, but that reset the auto load zone. That's interesting. I have not seen that before. So can we customize that? Okay. Seems good. Want to get those bales loaded up onto the front of the trailer as much as possible. So we can also, I guess we can load the tote on that way too. So let's see. Let's grab some bales. See how they stack. Okay. That leaves us a decent amount of room. And I guess we can do we want to do the tote? The tote does not leave us a ton of room on the back for the other things, but I guess we could put the sprayer here on the side and then the baler, the bale shredder on the back. So let's get these things loaded, guys. Let's see what we can do here. Our new telehandler, or our old telehandler with the new strap forks, which we really like and have used and enjoyed. So let's see. Grab it from the back here. Can we just get underneath it and give it a quick strap? Yeah, the strapped forks are just game-changing, guys. They are tremendous. So let's see. I don't know if we're going to be able to get this. This is a longer and wider piece of machinery than I thought it was. So let's... Is that going to fall off the other side? I mean, it's leaning a little bit, which isn't ideal, but it is on there. And then let's just check here. Let's get underneath our... There we go. Get underneath our sprayer. And I think we just tuck this on the side. Man, this is going to be a full load, but we got a lot in this load. That is good. Unstrap. Back away. I mean, guys, I don't want to say professional, but that was smooth and buttery. Yeah, I mean, it's hanging over a little bit, but we'll just yank it off the side when we get back. I'm not sure. Is that rear wheel? Is that rear wheel touching? That rear wheel might be a little bit up off the ground. We'll have to see. So, unstrap, restrap, everything should be attached. This could be an adventurous trip home, guys. We have the supplies we need to do the projects for today. Yeah, this little truck is reaching its limit with our new Brant trailer. It's great to have this space to be able to use, but it's certainly running out of horsepower. So I will see you guys back at the ranch. We are back at the ranch, and I can confirm that this truck got the job done, but it is at its limit. We are just going to need a bigger truck as our ranch is growing, something that'll pull all of this, maybe a 2-ton or maybe a 450 or something. We'll just have to figure that out later, but it is definitely a lot of trailer for this truck, and we have it loaded down for bears. So it is struggling, as you can see in these corners, to get everything done and where it needs to be. So let's leave that right there. Get everything unstrapped and turned off. First step is going to be to move our mixer truck out of the way, because we're going to be spreading some straw in here. And I think what we'll do is we'll just tuck the mixer truck, sort of give it its own little sort of parking spot down back here out of the way. Beauty being on the ranch is we can just park things wherever we want. So step one is going to be gently but effectively ripping the bale shredder off the back of the trailer. So let's see about that. And there we go. We are connected. The wheel chocks are off. Okay. So in the end, not too terrible. Getting turned around here might prove to be a bit of a challenge, but we'll get through it. I think we just snap it around that way. Yeah, and get pulled out over here, and away we go. Okay, so controls for our new bale shredder, because I have not used one of these, at least not recently. Let's see, turn on the help menu. Okay, tip side unload. What is tip side straw blower? Okay. I feel like those are both going to be on the right side. So we have unload and straw blower. Got it. We don't want to unload here. Unfold straw blower. Okay, so that's for loading bales. And presumably we have some sort of... Okay, that's the rear window on the Fiat. That doesn't help. Okay, so that is sort of a loading mechanism for us there. And that'll go all the way up and in. Okay, I mean, that seems reasonable to me. So if that's going to be the case, then let's pull up here. And let's park that there and jump into our Massey. And how are we going to get 2 bales out of this stack without making an absolute mess of this? Let's see what we can do. Thinking we grab these 2 on the end here. My bale spikes, yeah, they're angled way too far up. Well, we got it hooked. That's all that matters. Pull away from the stack. Don't mess up the whole stack. And pull ourselves out of the bales. Let go, please. Thank you. There we go. Don't think we need the help menu on anymore. Flip around. Grab these 2 bales. Let's go right here in the middle. And then I guess the question is, do we load the first 2 and then try to get 2 more on the back? Does that seem like the right choice? Because we can put those there. Okay. I mean, maybe we're being greedy. Maybe we should just try to put 1 more on the back. I'd like to get a couple loaded up here so we can, you know, get all of our straw blowing done at once. And the Massey is just such a useful little tool. I didn't pick that one up square, but that's on me, not on the Massey. That's a little bit better. Okay. I mean, we got 3 bales. So it seems like we're at a minimum should be turn off Massey. There we go. Yeah, I mean, that one seems to be on there, so let's see what happens here. Go slow and easy. Okay, I mean, so it's just holding. Okay, we have 3 held in there. That seems... Are we still on blower? Yeah, straw blower is used. So let's see. It looks like the teeth are all over here. Oh yeah, look at that. That's cool. That is exciting, guys. We are blowing straw. And that's all the barn takes. Is that it? It feels like there's more. It says dump more. Let's see. Birthing barn. Nope, they can definitely take more straw, so maybe we need to release some pressure. Yeah, let that one fall in. Okay, guys, we are getting this. This is going really well. Get the map out of the way. And we still have one more bale back here. Yeah, this is going well. Okay, and then how do we... I guess that's as high as those forks go. That's a weird camera angle. So we got to be getting pretty close to done with this barn. Let's double check here. Yeah, 36 or 37,000 maybe. Yeah. Okay, so we got 2,600 liters left on this one. Now, I guess the question is, can we get the straw blowing trigger for the Teen Town barn from outside the gate? That is going to be the big question here. Got to try to get as close as we can. Oh, yeah, guys, we can blow right in the side. This is perfect. Look at that. Very nice. Okay, so how much do they actually need? Do they need more? Yeah, I mean, so they could probably take another, like, partial bale. So let's get this down. And I see no reason not to put bales in here to, like, store them. We can park it under the barn if we want. Or under the lean-to. We may have to buy another shed here with all this equipment we're getting. So let's see. I wonder, can we load them in lengthwise? Would that work too, to be able to get more in? We'll try 3, but we could do 4 if we can do them lengthwise and then use the forks to hold them in. So let's see what happens here if I can get... This is going to be a bit of a project to get these in. Yeah, that's... Oh, it's just automatically going. Well, that's cool. Wasn't quite ready for that. But guys, I do like that. No, we got to get squared up a little bit better. I think that's going to be the ticket right there. Nice. That is a win, guys. Alright, so let's dump some straw. And let's bring the holder thing all the way up. Hold those bales in place. Excellent. Guys, that went really, really well. I am pleasantly surprised at how easy and successful that was. So, for right now, and we can dump, hold your horses. We can dump straw in the igloos, and the trigger was like super far away. So we can just drive by at this stage and just give them the old, have some straw. We're blasting calves in the face. That's probably not the way to do this, but that is cool. So the straw blower, we can just drive around the whole farm, load up some bales, and get everyone done. So that is excellent. All right. Last task for today. We'll get everything cleaned up off camera. We have to get our new sprayer. Oh, coming in too hot. Don't want to run into the greenhouses. Don't think the metal pipe frame and the clear plastic tarp is going to be the visquine's going to keep us out. Can we get a tire up? Oh, this could be fun. Yeah, let's do it. Come on, Fiat, you had it. Get some grip. Maybe a little bump and run. Maybe we need to get one tire on more than the other. Oh. Oh, we're on the wrong side. Not going to matter. Okay. So we got to get the Massey in here to get that thing unloaded. Not a problem. Thought we were facing the other way and could grab it off the trailer. Would have been fun and exciting, but not quite the case. We can give it a quick nudge this way is what we can do, and maybe just push it right off. Yep, that's off. And then let's see if, without damaging anything, can we spin this guy around? Can we get the Massey in between here? Ooh, that is tight. So can we just sort of open it up? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just get it spun around. Nope, we undid the work. We're going to puncture the tank there for sure. Not going quite as well as I had hoped. Spin it, catch it. Yeah, there it is. And then once again. Alright, now let's see if we can get underneath the front of it a little bit. Give it a push and just get it spun all the way around there. We can actually back the... We should be able to back the Fiat up into there now. Okay, just straight back, Massey. We're doing the dance because we're going slow. That is the one thing about the steering on the Massey. At low speeds, it just spins on a dime, which is nice for getting out of tight areas, but when you're trying to do gentle maneuvering, it does make it a bit challenging. Excellent. Love when a plan comes together. I mean, we had some crazy adventures today between getting more cows and getting the bale shredder going, which is just working really, really well for us. Don't think that needs to be on the ground. All right, let's see what a 12 meter working width does on this field. Hoping it'll knock it out pretty quick. Since we have the weeds. Forget with precision farming, will this show us the weeds? Because I don't think we have weeds all over the field. I think it's just in some sections. Okay, that's not it. Why are we not turning on here, guy? Drop it, reattach it, bring it up. Okay, we are on. Okay, so I think it's just the original part of the field that needs to be sprayed. Go ahead and get all these done. Let's take a quick look at the map while we're doing this, just to get an idea of what we're dealing with here. So precision farming. Oh, we don't have to do precision farming. We can go right to weeds, right? Yeah, so it's just, yeah, it's just the original field. Just going to have to sort of eyeball it the best we can. Do a couple of laps. So I think, you know, where we are now with the ranch, we're at the tipping point. We've mentioned this before. We're entering year, we're fully into year 3, and having paid off a big chunk of both of our existing loans. You know, one of the things I want to do is try to pay off our small, what was $50,000 loan here pretty quick. And then in addition to that, we just need to start making money on the ranch. So figuring out what we're going to do to make money. I'd like to figure out some way to make more money with the cattle, between starting to sell some of the bulls, which we know was part of the plan all along. Also, what can we do with cattle productions? We already have the dairy where we can do milk and cheese and butter and buffalo mozzarella and all that kind of stuff. Are there opportunities to do something with the manure and the slurry besides just selling it? There's sort of the traditional BGA options that we could do. I'm not sure if we want to go that route. BGAs tend to be a bit overpowered, but we do need to do something to start generating money, because we have to get to $4 million here with the 300 cattle, and we're going to be at 300 cattle here sooner rather than later, and the money is definitely going to be the rate determining step here. So I'm going to be doing some looking into some other productions. There are some, unique ones off of the general mainstream mod hub stuff that we could always look at in regards to like meat production and that kind of thing, but want to try to keep it real to life, or realistic to life as much as possible. So we'll see what those options turn into, but I think we really at this point need to just start pumping out money as much as possible, get our loans paid off quickly, and then we will start, obviously our greenhouses are producing cash on a monthly basis, and that will enable us to keep more of that cash. I do think we're going to have one more phase of growth before we're done, whether that's more equipment, bigger barns, just a couple of sheds to get stuff organized. I do think we have some capital expenditures left in order to get to a $4 million farm. I would love to think that we can get to a $4 million farm with 300 head of cattle with just the Fiat and our old beat-up Scout International, but I don't think that's going to be the case. So we're going to have to find some bigger equipment, maybe buy another piece of land, but we want to expand in an intelligent way to make sure that we are spending money where we're going to get it back. Because if we're not going to make money in the ways that we're spending it, then we're really just wasting money. Okay, so we've got a lot of the weeds. Apparently there's a strip down on the outside in the middle. If I get the map bigger, does it show me the weeds? No, it does not. So having the map up does not help at all. But let's jump in here. Those weeds are more to my left. Let's pick this line right here. And then we got to go even more left, like over here maybe. Hoping this catches most of those weeds that we were looking at. Yeah, I think they got most of them. Seems like we've been over all these areas. It's tough when there's just a few big weeds, but we're getting through it all. Make sure they all get sprayed. Okay, turn that off. We got some more up here to the right, like right here. Turn and follow the old field up. Because some of these are definitely not tall enough to be seen above the wheat. So just having to guess a little bit. We got a couple in this corner. I think some of these weeds are actually off the field at this stage. Give it a wide swing on this corner and just try to get as many as we can. And then there's a couple. Looks like we missed part of the corner here. We'll just circle back, swing through. All right, and I think then we're back to the other side of the field. Oh, didn't want to hit that. Yeah, we're going to forget the ones sort of around the edge, I guess. Oh, we can go back. I guess we can get them all. Feels like we're doing a lot of re-spraying, but that's just what happens when you... These are the options you have. Still hitting the wrong button there. Hold on, guys. Here we go. Okay, so there's one behind us right over here. I am a bit of a perfectionist when it comes to this stuff. Okay, we are no longer spraying. Not sure why we're not spraying anymore. That's a weird one. Do we need to switch back and forth? Did we partially fold or something? Huh. I don't know what to tell you guys. This thing is currently not spraying, and it was just a second ago. That's a weird one. Let's maybe fold it all the way up. Then I have to turn it to the dealer and tell them they sold me a faulty sprayer at this rate. Lowering it doesn't seem to make a difference. Raising it doesn't seem to make a difference. Okay, there we go. Not sure what that was about, guys. That was a weird one. Okay, we got one up here in this corner. Making sure we hit it. Then we got some on the outside of the field here. I think we missed these when we turned the sprayer on and off. Get further out on the outside of the field here because it looks like we missed the edge. And then we have some right up through here, it looks like. Drive around, try to find these last couple of little spots. And did we get these? I think we get one more pass heading back, and I think we got them all. Hoping that we got that set in the middle there. We just drive around them in a circle the whole time. Nope, we got them. And then there's a couple more on the field exit. So, not bad. We used, what, this holds 600, so 350, 450 liters, so not bad at all. Let's turn that off, guys. We don't need to still be spraying. Alright, so I think we're going to call it there for an episode. Lots of good and new equipment on the farm. Got our straw blower over there. Got our sprayer. Picked up the new animal trailer over there, tucked in behind the Teen Town barn. And you know, this was a good episode. I'm glad we got a sprayer on the farm so we can get rid of the weeds and increase our yield. The animal trailer is going to help us get a lot more animals to the farm on a daily basis and really push us to that next level. And that straw blower is going to help us keep all of our calving huts and both of our barns full. So I'm excited for all that. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos, and I'll see you in the next one. Well, guys, a project that has been long in the works finally came to fruition in January here for us. I've been working with the county on trying to get better access into resources. They were fighting me on putting a road in that didn't require us to go all the way down and back up. And so I finally offered to pay for the bridge if they would cut in the road, and just explained that it, gave access to this whole area for everyone that was out here. So they finally agreed about a couple months ago, and then we did finally get the road put in, and they just sent me the bill for the bridge. So we spent $10,000 on a bridge, but now coming from our ranch back here, we no longer have to go right and go all the way down and around by the peat farm. We can take the new road up to the shop, which is going to save us tons and tons of time. And since we already have 121 miles on this truck just driving back and forth to the shop, that is going to be a nice savings on fuel and just wear and tear on our truck and everything else. So the road winds up here, and they just tied into the existing access over here. So now we cross the tracks and we end up coming out right below sort of the town shop area. So to the right is the usual route we go. We usually have to go all the way down there and then cut back up. But now we can just hook a left here and we can make it to the shop. So excited to have a new route put in. I explained to them I'm driving up here all the time, buying stuff, helping the economy and keeping people in business, and the other people out here working and having ranches also need the access, and so we finally got it done. So I'm excited to have the new route. So we're going to jump right in and look at the cattle for today. We've got very little to do in January. We'll probably get the cattle. We'll move the cattle on the farm around as need be, make sure everyone is fed, and from there we will just be moving on to February. So don't need any bulls. That's a nice Holstein heifer. A nice adolescent as well. Don't usually get 2 in a row. That was sort of surprising. Another good animal. We have Limousine, very good. Oh, very good calf at the end. That's what we need. Hereford, nothing. Water buffalo. I would just love to get more water buffalo. And all those are bulls. There is not even a water buffalo calf or cow available to us. So let's buy all of the selected animals. $5,000. We'll jump out. We'll have the shopkeeper go and double check and make sure they got all the animals for us. Let's jump down here and hit a quick reset. Okay. We have 5 in there, so we only need 5 more. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3, and 4, 5. And of course, this is the time we're going to have water buffalo. So maybe we end up making 2 trips. Yeah, there's a number of good animals in here. So water buffalo, yeah. So there's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're going to be making a 2nd trip. So let's go ahead and buy selected. How many animals is that? Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? So we can't afford to buy 1 more this trip. And grab that guy, and let's head back to the ranch. I'll check in with you guys after I do my 2nd trip back here. No point in having you guys drive back and forth with us. So I'll see you guys back at the ranch for the 2nd load. We are heading back with our 2nd group of cattle. I got the first ones all situated. Took a lot of moving around. I'm really glad we have this larger 10 animal trailer, but I can tell you guys, it is still a struggle getting all the animals moved around with this trailer. I was trying to move some of the adolescents out of the calf huts to get the calves in, and just I could use a 25 spot trailer, but then we just buy more animals, I'm sure. So let's get some animals situated here. This pen should have none. Perfect. So let's move all of our calves into this pen, get all 4 of those said and done and moved. We have to change names, and all these guys are January of 4. So let's Umbra. I think we're getting a lot of repeat names, but hey, no big deal. We have dates on them. Slow Peach. Maybe that's a new one. Don't know how many unique names. Wild Eye, there's a new one. Okay, so all those animals are in there and good to go. I can tell you there's at least 1 more adolescent in the pen to my right. Those are all calves still. So the 2nd one back here, let's just scoot out and grab this guy since we're right here anyways. Yeah, so there is 1 adolescent, a nice Elsie, and we're going to go ahead and move selected. Done. Excellent. Oh, Annoying Admiral is also ready to be moved. Move to trailer. Okay. From there, gotta cut this corner. We just gotta make sure we don't back into anything. Getting a little better with this big trailer on the ranch. Thought we had lots of space between our pens and everything else, but as we grow, we're learning that we may have wanted to leave a little bit more. So animals that are ready to go into the pen, 1, 2, and 3. Let's go ahead and move selected. All right, we're going to check in here real quick and get them renamed. We're not going to move any of the pregnant females in the trailer because I think there may be more than we can handle. And I'm not sure that I want to try to get the trailer into the birthing barn at this stage. I think we'll use the old herdsman stick. So let's see, we put 3 in here. We're up to 2 that we've renamed so far. And the last one was a water buffalo tango. Great name on that one. Okay, so those are all where they're supposed to be. At least all of our new ones. And then this corner, told you guys I was getting better. Let's see if I can pull it off. And just get into here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Move selected. Actually, you want to know what? I guess we'll move them first. I wonder if we could rename them before we move them, but I doubt it. So we have 4 animals to rename. Snowball. Good name. It's snowing out today. And let's see. Shouldn't be a bull. All these. There's 1. Shouldn't be a bull, so it should be some of these down here. Let's see. Water buffalo. We got one of those. Thought we moved 4 into here. Did I miss one? As long as they end in a number, we know we got them. Okay, number. I thought we moved 1 more. Let's just make sure that we didn't miss any. Yeah, looks like we have them all. Okay. So our trailer is now empty. Go ahead and get this guy parked up over here. We've got some feeding to do for our animals. We've got some straw to blow in, some water to distribute, and then we are off to February. January is really just about keeping the animals happy and healthy, keeping the herd growing. I think for now that's going to be good enough. Usually try to get a little tighter in there to the barn, but we're going to be pulling this back out. I actually may just leave this guy attached. We're not buying anything at the shop today. So yeah, I think maybe we'll leave it here. I have been keeping an eye out in the sale for a new truck. I can't decide if I want to do an upgraded truck, like another pickup truck, or if we should just go straight to a semi, which would give us the ability to haul a lot more cattle, because we're going to have some animals to sell, specifically from the bullpen here pretty soon. It might even be not a bad time to do that this month. So let's keep that on. We'll jump out over here. How much do these guys have? Let's see. Food, 34,000 liters. Is this empty? No, I should have emptied that before I backed it out. That wasn't paying attention. Don't need to have a partial mix in here. Doesn't do us any good. All right, let's go ahead and dump that out. Just 3,000 quick liters. Got a lot of cows in there eating happy. All right, this guy right there, perfect. Our manure heap is working well, which always makes me happy because manure heaps can be a bit of a challenge. So let's get 3 hay bales out. That's the last of our small hay bales, which is good. Silage, we're going to make 1 batch, so let's go with 3 silage bales. Jump in here. And we are sort of technically still using our small silage bales. Our new in-place wrapper, the one we use to make the big sausages, definitely makes bigger silage bales. You can actually see them right there. I have 4 of those. Ones on the end there are unwrapped. I brought them in from that original sort of test batch that we did. Oh boy. We are definitely, we need to stick these bales at a lower spot on the bale, because we are, I mean, guys, that is, the front wheels are off the ground. That is the extent of the reach we have. Can we get that guy to fall off? Maybe. There we go. Let's grab the other silage bale here. And usually it takes like one and a partial hay bale. I got a third one out because we know we're going to need to feed at least a couple other animals. It doesn't hurt us to get those out. We got to keep the open pastures running. We got to keep the teen town full. So let's grab 2 of these. Get squared up here a little better. Did not do a very good job of getting squared up, but we got it nonetheless. I know I say this every time I use it, but this Massey has been just such a great piece of equipment. Just absolutely thrilled to have this on the farm. Alright, are we not registering? There we go. Get the first bale to mix and take, and then the second one should fall in. See if we can get it tipped a little bit. Maybe it'll fall right in for us. Off the forks. Perfect. While that finishes mixing, I'm going to grab this guy and I'm going to miss that guy. Come back and grab him. Just going to stick him right into the breeding pen, into the adult swim pen. Keep them going. We got a lot of animals in here. Alright, so he's topped off. I didn't find a place to park the straw blower, so I put it underneath the awning there on the barn just to try to keep it out of the way. Get the Massey pulled in here. Alright. Oh, we don't even have a full batch. Okay. Well then, we just back in and put it in here and we call it good enough for today. That'll work. We'll let that guy empty on his own. Alright, while he's doing that, let's get the water tanker running around to get everyone filled up. We can actually, haha, almost forgot. Let's go ahead and top off all of the calves. Gonna let me drive? Do I turn you on? There we go. It's funny because these qualify as vehicles, we do have to actually turn them on, which I find so funny because there's obviously no motor, but they don't start without, they don't move without being turned on. Alright, got 1.5 of the buckets full. Can we fill through the tanker? Is the trigger big enough? It is. That is a win. And back right up and just... wonder what it's filling. Is it filling the tank there? That'd be... Guys, we're going to take a long time to fill up that water tank using this little 500-liter barrel. That is not a good choice. Alright, so we got 3 of the 6 filled up. I think it is filling up that tank. That's hilarious. Okay. Go ahead and grab this one. And we'll go around, we'll empty it out. Oh, guys, almost a full pallet of eggs. It's been like a year or 2.5 years or a year and a half or something. Eggs are going to be the last thing we ever produce on this farm, but we are going to sell them eventually. And my plan to get rich selling eggs from the wheat from the field that we need for straw is all coming together. We're going to make $1,000 over 5 years. So, not exactly the plan we were hoping for, but we'll get through it. I think the chickens they're going to hit a break point where it's going to be a lot of eggs very quickly when it happens. Alright, I think we have one more to go here. This one's not quite going to fill up, so let's run back and top off one more time. And then I think all of the calf huts are topped off and good to go. We'll feed these guys real quick. let's double check the water. Oop, did not mean to bump that button. Let's get that turned off. Okay, let's check the calves for water. So 400, 400, 400, 400. Yep, we got all the calves filled up with water, which is great news. Tuck our barrel back in. Let's grab our hay bale. I have no idea how much hay is left on this one, so we'll just have to see what happens as we go. Let's see, what did it say? Oh, 4,400. That's a decent amount. Usually this is just a quick lap around and we're good to go. That one's filled up. Having these hand carts are a lot of fun, guys. If you're not playing with them, I would definitely recommend it if you're doing cattle. It's fun, particularly for either small farms or like the calf igloos. Oh, when we finished a bale, let's go grab another one and finish topping off that one and the last one, and we will be good to go. Grab this guy right here. Perfect. And we need one hay bale, not 25. That would be way too many for what we're trying to do here. And we get Autoload to work in our favor. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So let's see. Let's put the hay bale on the cart. Perfect. We're off and running. Got to get the rest of this one topped off over here, and then this last one here on the corner to our left, and we are done with the food. There we go. That one topped off. We can double check. Yep, got a little less than a full bale. And there we go. Put the straps on so we don't risk losing it. Tuck it in here. That is going to be good enough for now. Go ahead and turn off our TMR truck. Don't need to leave that running anymore. Actually, we'll pull it out. We'll do the straw blowing next. Just tuck it right in over here. Go find our Fiat, which still has lots of straw in the back. I did tuck the sprayer into this little shed here at the end of the barn. Figured we want the herbicide and the liquid to be in a semi-controlled environment, so we didn't end up losing anything to freeze this winter. So we'll get this one because this pen won't require a lot of straw. Alright, I assume we're still on... Yep, throwing, so we're good there. That is cool, just throwing in the straw. Down to one bale. Maybe we should grab another one. How much straw does the cow barn have? Let's take a quick look. The birthing barn, straw is 34,000. We have 7,000. I'm just going to go put this one in. We'll reload this for next time we go through. But I think by the time we put a couple of bales in here, we really won't get much more out of it. So, try to spread some straw for these gals. Alright, they didn't even take the whole thing, so that is great news. We're going to go ahead and leave this guy right here. And we got some water and some milk to collect, and we are then off to February, which is good news. So, water. We have the 2 open pens, and we should top off the greenhouses. You guys should notice I put on a jacket. It is snowing, which is an interesting dynamic on this map because it's still 39 degrees with a high of 48 today. So again, I'm not exactly sure what climate we're in, but it seems like we have very mild winters, which is making the ranch part of this project much easier to manage. So no complaints about that. We also aren't getting buried in snow to the point where it's hard to clear the snow, or we'd have to get a snow plow or a snow blower to get to the animals, because we, with these calf huts, we can't go 2 days. The animals will die if we try to go more than a day or two, or more than a day, I should say, without feeding and watering. Man, that greenhouse is thirsty. Taking a lot of water. Check in. Let's see how much it's taken. That is surprising to me. Yeah, we're going to put a full tank into each of these. I'm glad we got a bigger tank. All right, let's see. Can we make this corner? Ooh, that is going to be tight. You got it. Can't say I was confident we were going to, but we did get it. One more tanker of water to the other greenhouse. Then we'll take a tank over. We should not need to refill. One full tank should fill the 2 open pastures without much of a problem. The other thing I love about this mod, I rave about these tanks all the time, guys, but if you watch carefully, the suspension is compressed because it's full of water. I'll do a side view when I fill it next time. But the tank actually squats when it's full. It actually has like dynamic load and shows when it's full, which I think is really, really cool. So put a full tank in this one. You can start to see the suspension rising, see the fenders coming off the tire there on the back edge. I mean, that's just attention to detail. The tank looks great to begin with. It has this digital gauge on the back that shows you how much water is in. There's one on the front. The suspension loads and unloads with the water. There are just people who put together really high quality mods like this just really make the game so much fun to play. I have no talent or skill or even desire to make mods. And, some mods are just functional. They just get a job done. And then you get some that are just so well thought out. So here we go. So the top opened, as you guys heard. Now watch the suspension as I fill it, because it'll fill quick. See how it squats the tank and the suspension comes down? That is super cool, guys. Attention to detail, dynamic loading. There's our lid closing, so we left the fill station. Again, just really, really nice details. The handle, that red handle on the back, opens and closes between each fill. So now it's in the open position. If I hit it again, see the red handle go back and close. I mean, you don't have to have those mods to make this a nice tendy or a nice tank to pull water in. And here we go. Watch that red handle on the back. I'll start filling out water. It opens back up. It has a slurry plate on it. Again, super, super cool mod. Gonna leave the tank there. I'm done swooning over our water tank. Just really appreciate well done mods. Make sure you support your modders. Make sure you drop them even just a thank you note for all the hard work they put in. They're hardworking guys and gals that just don't get much for what they do, and they make Farm Sim such a better game to play. So, running over, let's figure out how much milk we have. And I think after that, I guess I have a couple more animals to move. We'll probably call the episode there, and I'll move the rest of the animals, and I'll see you guys in February for hopefully spring. We may not get there till March or April, but I think with as mild as our climate is, as we were just talking about, it shouldn't be hard to get into some nice weather here early in spring. Noticing what looks like an old piece of a log there. Let's see. Buffalo milk 107, regular milk 3056. I'm going to pop out. Is that a piece of a tree? I think it is. Just get rid of it. Got to get the lumberjack mod to work. There we go. These little pieces can be a pain to get rid of. All right, there we go. Don't need that messing up some landscaping later or something silly. We will take both the regular milk and the buffalo milk over. Even though there's not much buffalo milk, we are just tearing away at working so hard to get our first pallet of buffalo mozzarella. 3,000 liters of milk in. And we have, let's see, on the small dairy cheese, we have almost 5,000 liters of cheese. This will certainly get us over there. Buffalo milk, we're up to 1,000. The buffalo mozzarella recipe is 300 to 200. So we're going to need at least 1,500 liters if the pallets are 1,000 liters of buffalo mozzarella. We'll have to check and see, but we could, as early as February or March, have enough buffalo milk to produce a single buffalo mozzarella pallet. I feel like we're building this up to be a huge thing, and we're just going to get one pallet out of it. But you know, each step in the right direction, all these little steps in the right direction add up and get us where we need to be. So, I'm missing the trigger there, guys. There we go. 107 liters. And we are off. So I'm going to go ahead and get this buffalo mozzarella put in, or the buffalo mozzarella, see, it's on my brain now. The buffalo milk put in here. I will work on getting the rest of the animals. I know we had 4 calves that are going to require being moved today. I did move all of the adult cows out of Teen Town. So we made good progress there. I'll get the rest of the animals situated and all the pregnant cows and heifers back into the birthing barn. And then I will see you guys in the next episode in February. So thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like, turn on notifications for more videos, and I will see you in the next one. Well, guys, that is the calf huts mucked out. They were getting full again, and I figured you could reach over. I figured out you could reach over the fence. We'll just simulate we shoveled all that in there. Not worth shifting 30 calves to get that where it needs to be. We did have 7 calves overnight, which means we have a new calf hut over here. We're out of room in the other 6, so we're up to 7 calf huts. They have food, they have water, they are going to need some straw, which is going to be our next task, and then the animals have to be fed, so we'll get on to that next. But we have a couple of little progress updates for today, or challenges. We got to get through a little bit of both. So first and foremost, I did turn the greenhouse production down a little bit. We were at a pretty high production rate, and we just don't need to be that high anymore. We're making good money. I don't want to just be producing hundreds of thousands of dollars out of the greenhouses. That's not what this playthrough is about. So I did dial that down a little bit. In addition, just got to get a couple of straw bales out here. In addition, we did get enough money overnight. I think we're going to pay off our small loan. So let's actually jump in and take a look at that real quick. Shouldn't have much left on it. We have $26,542. We can easily pay that off. So I think we're just going to go ahead and start that. So 26,543 to get it paid off. Make special payment. And that is done. So now we're down to just the $4,614 payment on our big $250,000 loan. That loan is at 3.5% for 60 months, and we are exactly halfway through at 30 months. So I think we're going to try to continue chipping away at that loan and get it paid off here quickly, because the fastest way to make money is to stop giving it away. So we're going to try to get all that done. Let's get our straw blower loaded up here. And I'm trying to think how we want to do this. I'm thinking we probably want to go straight in square and go 3 tall and just try to hold it in there with the... I'm going to jump in here so I can see these forks, so we can hold them in there with that back lifter. So here we are in cab, nice and smooth. Can't go fast with 3 bales. Let's see if we can get this done. Come over here and get squared up a bit. Alright, we're getting awfully close. Nope, don't want to bounce. Tip those forward. Let's lower a little bit. Slowly. Okay. Did we lose one over the front? Is that what happened? Seems likely that we dumped one on the cab somewhere. Oh, nope, it's on our head. Well, guys, I found the bale. Not sure what to tell you guys, but it's on our head. So let's go ahead and see if we can't knock that off. No wonder I couldn't find it. All right, that was funny, guys. So we'll grab this one. And maybe just have this one ready for the next batch. We'll just park them over here. Let's go blow some straw. And we'll get these held in here. So we're going to get all the pens, including the calf pens today. So we got a little bit of straw to blow. The Teen Town and the regular birthing barn shouldn't be too bad. They don't use a ton of straw. In addition to having 7 calves today, we did have 12 pregnant cows or heifers. And we did have, I think, 4 calves move up from... Oh, we didn't get the muck out of that one. That didn't work very well. Now, we got the trigger for these last time. Are we too close? I swear we had these. Let's see. I think maybe we were just too close and we need to get out over here a little bit. Nope. Okay, do we need to go down the sides? Is that where we're going to get the trigger? I don't know, guys. We did this in a previous episode and I didn't feel like it was that hard. Alright, no triggers there. We can always put it in the old-fashioned way. Just thought we were going to be able to blow in... Oh, I had it there for a second. Man, it popped up for just a split second there. Is it tight on the igloo here? Man, it does not want to cooperate, does it? We'll go nice and slow. Huh. That's a weird one, guys. We had no problems with that previously. Well, not a big deal. We will come up here, up there, and see we got it there. You guys see that? We had it there for just a second. Once again, like just a moment. We need to be much further away. It's almost like the angle of the blower needs to be in more. Now, okay. We won't mess with it. We have a bale we can use. It is not a problem. We have lots of straw to blow in here. And done. Great. Let's get this guy parked out of the way. And I think we'll leave him right over here. You know what I wonder? Let me try one thing. So we have it on straw blower. What happens if we put it on tip side unload? Maybe that the trigger in the trailer is too tall when we're going for the blower. And it sure doesn't seem like it. Not having a lot of luck getting that trigger to pop up. Gave it the old college try. Okay, if that's not going to work, we'll give it one more by the front. Nope. We are done and done. So, let's tuck him out of the way. Oh, the collision on the back of the feed truck. I forgot about the collision on the back of the feed truck, guys. Come on, let go of me. Yeah, there's definitely just something sticking out there that is getting caught on our tractor. Alright, all done with that. Get the help menu turned off. We don't need that running around. Alright, so let's go ahead and we got to get this straw done, and we got to come back and get one more. We were having trouble with the straw today, guys. Definitely didn't want to drop it in there. We don't want to leave that in there. Let's see if we can get it out. Didn't take any straw either. That's weird. I don't know what to tell you, guys. This is a bit baffling. Did they all fill up and we just didn't get a trigger? Was that it? Because there's that, with that recent update, was it 1.5 or 1.9 where the thing's now empty? Yeah, straw. Okay, so 1800, 1800. Yeah, they all filled, guys. That is crazy. Where is, yeah, so this calf hut, even the other one filled. That's insane. So it's just not giving us any indication. So once you have a trailer or a container like a water tender that starts emptying, it just empties at every trigger you drive by until it's empty, and it doesn't always give you a good indication. We just weren't getting that with the straw blower. I'm wondering if part of that is because the straw blower was getting it full so quick that it wasn't registering. So that's interesting. It did work. I knew we'd filled them before, so it's good news I'm not losing my mind on this particular instance. There will certainly be other things that we can lose our mind about, but that is not one of them. So let's grab our bucket, because we forgot to muck that one calf pen. We'll grab that. While we're here, I just want to, before I forget, can we? Nope. Okay. I don't know if you guys have this issue or not either, but my construction menu, some of the games as I'm playing, I can relabel and rename things, and sometimes that menu doesn't work. I have to restart, and right now it's not working, so we're just going to continue on. So let's get this one mucked. Oh, come on. Get in there. I think we used this one to top off one of the other ones, so we didn't come back to it. I think we did get it a first time in the time lapse, but you guys probably know better than me at this stage. So, get this thrown into the second greenhouse. Try to keep them relatively even. They're getting fed by the big manure heap, so it's not a big deal, but try to keep manure where it needs to be. I did some looking between episodes at a solution for our manure and slurry, and realistically, without doing something silly like producing fertilizer, which we could just sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars, or running a BGA, I have not found a way to effectively use that stuff to generate a production or anything else. So we may just hold on to it. We'll have to see what comes about, but I'm not looking to put in a production that's going to make just hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars and sort of push us to the end of this challenge, because I really want the money-making part was meant to be, you know, stage 2 of the challenge. Getting the herd up was stage 1, and we're certainly well on our way with the herd. We have more work to do, but in regards to the money, we are just scratching the surface. We are going to be here for a bit of time before we get to that $4 million mark to offset everything. So we don't want to take away the challenge of getting there. So let's get the remainder of our TMR filled in here, and then we'll jump out. We'll make one batch here real quick. Just come down here, get parked up nice and square. lever running. So let's see, in here. And we are at the point where we are, you know, it's spring, so we're getting through, but definitely could use some more straw or some more grass, some more silage. So we want 3 of these bales. And then I think we did just 2 hay, but we could do 3 and just drop the extra one off at the Teen Town barn. So let's grab these. We gotta remember to grab them low. Get that dumped in here. Oh, don't pull the whole thing over, guy. Come on. We said we were getting good with this skid steer, and here we are dumping trucks on their side almost. Luckily, we got away with it. To keep tipping this one forward a little bit as we go to keep it level, so we don't lose that top one. And this one we may just have to wait until the bottom one fills in. Man, we are pulling on that truck and I'm not even moving. Alright, so now that one we should be able to dump in. There we are. And, you know, why not go for broke? We're sitting here. Things went well at the first couple of bales. We didn't, you know, didn't almost pull the truck over, didn't get stuck. So, you know, why not just grab all 3 of these at once and see if we can do something clever. It's usually when you get yourself in troubles when you try to do more than you should. Lift that up a little bit. Gonna see how these next 2 fall. Let's see. There we go. 1,500, 1,000. And the next 2 are in. Can we can back out. Nice. Let's pop this back in here. Alright, so that is full. Now this may be a good example. The idea here is to get these hay bales to get pulled out over here. We do not want to put hay into the breeding barn. Yeah, so see, one's already gone. Is the other gonna catch? Because unfortunately, with the way the new unloading system works, that same problem we just had with the straw, it ends up unloading the hay first and separately. Maybe this one's full. Maybe that's it. Let's see. Where is the Teen Town? No, they're not full. So let's jump out. We'll just grab that bale. I just don't want to end up with hay in the other barn. Yeah, maybe it was taking it. It was just being slow. We'll have to see. But we have 32,000 liters of TMR in our mixer truck. This thing has been just a blessing to have, making it way easier to get these guys fed. The birthing barn is averaging, I'll check in before we dump it here, but it's averaging like 30,000 liters of TMR a day for these cows. So having to do that 3 times with our old mixing wagon. Let's jump in and take a quick check before we start dumping. We know we already put a couple in there. So yeah, they have 33,500 out of 60, and we put 3,000 or 4,000 in already. So they went through 30,000 liters since yesterday. This barn they are eating a lot of food. What's really interesting, I saw a test video, and I really wish I remember who did it because they deserve a lot of credit, but they tested all they did 6 cow barns, 6 identical cows. And this was not with a realistic livestock mod, but they tested 1 cow per barn in 6 barns and fed them, I think it was grass, or it was hay, silage and TMR and then checked it against their milk production, and obviously the TMR won. What was really interesting though was they did 3 barns with straw and 3 barns without straw, and all 3, you know, they had 1 hay, 1 silage, 1 TMR, and the barns without straw produced more milk. I thought that was absolutely crazy. And it was like, I think the barn with straw produced like 1,100 liters of milk, and the one without produced like 1,400. It was like a 20 or 25% increase over the other option, which was just insane that not having straw would cause the cows to produce more milk. I thought that was really, really interesting. So, you know, I don't get into a lot of testing videos, but that one was really interesting and it related to what we're doing here. I'm not going to cut the straw out for our current cows. You know, we're playing with a, in quotes, realistic mindset, which is, you know, mostly a play on words for Arrow's realistic livestock mod. But we are trying to do things at least mostly the right way. And I think keeping cows in a barn without straw is just, I don't know, maybe cruel or unusual. So we'll avoid doing that. Speaking of Arrow and the realistic livestock mod, Arrow released a new mod today called Employment, where you can get a job and it looks like you can get education and like a master's degree and a bachelor's degree, and you get paid more money, with the idea being that you would be able to, you know, like a lot of farmers have a part-time job because farm work doesn't keep them busy year round. They don't have, you know, a 1,500 acre farm or a 3,000 acre farm. So they have, you know, either a part-time job or a full-time job, and they farm in season. And his new employment mod is meant to sort of mimic that, and you can improve your education to get yourself a better job and make more money. That is a really, really cool mod. I'm not sure it's something that I'm going to play with, just from something that I'm not sure works with my play style. But I thought, you know, once again, there's Arrow just resetting the way we play Farm Sim and bringing in some incredible role play opportunities and realism opportunities. So check out the new employment mod. It is on the Mod Hub. You can download it today. And I believe it is PC only, like all of his mods, but really, really cool. So buying animals. We have been doing this every episode. May as well keep the trend. No point in changing it up if it's working for us. Now, here's one thing I haven't been doing. This is a 46-month-old animal. We don't want 46-month-old animals. That's just not a good way for us to build our herd. Was there another one up here? No. Okay. I want to make sure we didn't have any other older animals as well. And we do have one of the other things I want to talk to you guys about for the ranch today is we are having, I think the age of our bulls is starting to come into play. So we're not getting as many pregnant females out of our breeding pen. Now, the caveat to that is we have a lot more females in there, and we still only have the same 2 bulls we've had the whole time. So I'm not sure if we are getting, if it's a statistic thing, like we just have more females, so we're not seeing as many pregnancies. But it sure seems to me like the older bulls are not getting as many females pregnant each month as they used to. And again, I could be making all of that up. It could just be my impression, but I'm thinking what we're going to do today is try to mix up the bulls, either take out the old ones or add in new ones so that we can see if we can get more females pregnant. Now, that's going to be both good and bad news. That's a very, very nice Hereford cow queen, nice heifer. And that's going to be a blessing and a curse, because we are going to need more space if we end up with a lot more cows pregnant. It also means that there's a chance that our cows could eat, at least in our birthing barn, could eat their way out of all of the food in one day. Like we'd be filling it multiple times a day. So may have to look at some changes just as far as getting our animals fed and taken care of. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This would be 8. This would be 9. Sorry, just keeping track. Just have to make some changes to make sure that we are able to feed and take care of all of our animals. So there's 10, but what we really want is water buffalo, and there just are not good water buffalo. Okay, so that's 10 animals for today. Let's take a quick peek in the sale, see what we have. There's that Fendt we talked about. All right, so down here, the Annaberger, we don't need that. The Valtra T series, that is an interesting tractor. Starts at 210 horsepower, goes to 271. It is probably as big of a tractor as we're going to need on this playthrough. It is $82,000. And it does, I mean, I guess we don't need the front weight option. We can just get rid of that. But it does have, it has the upgraded motor, so it's 230 horsepower already for free. Man, that is an interesting option. I don't know. We'll have to watch it and see how much money we have next month. That's going to be a bit much for us right now. Here's our existing trailer. I think we got a better deal than this on it. I have been considering going to chaff to make silage in larger quantities long term. We certainly don't have $300,000 to get that done. Interesting that the Vermeer came up for sale after we just bought the straw blower the other month. A huge slurry tank, but we don't have a 300 horsepower tractor. Couple other items. We have our barrel here on sale for $110. I don't think it's worth swapping that out now. And of course, here is our here's our sprayer we bought last month. It's on sale for 60% off. We may end up swapping that one between episodes, try to make some money. Other than that, I'd love to have a JCB, but again, 136,000. That is 306 horsepower. That seems really, really big. It would allow us to pull a third one of these. Oh, this is not the case we have. Look, there's 0 that we own. I thought that was the one we own, but it's not. But I'm not sure we want to try to pull through or pull 3. The Anderson Hybrid Extractor. How much is our Anderson worth? $20,000. So we got that on sale. So now there's no point in buying that and trading that. We're not doing anhydrous. Yeah, I think that's about it. So nothing in the sale for us today either. Let's head back with our animals. And guys, this is sort of where we're at. We got to keep pushing to get the ranch bigger, but there's just a lot of repetition in what we're doing now. So I'm trying to give you guys a view of different projects each day. That's why we started with the calf mucking today. Try to get you guys updated on the changes, like our new igloo. We still need to figure out what we're going to do about our bulls when we get back there. I think what we'll do is we'll just throw 2 of our better bulls into the breeding pen. Now I did forget to mention, I have been seeing a lot of our cows and heifers in the breeding pen. When I check on them to move them over, are saying no suitable animal for breeding. And that oftentimes happens when I move them from the birthing barn to the breeding pen. It takes a little while for them to recognize that there is a bull in the pen with them. But this was like 6 or 7 animals this morning, and I didn't move that many over. So I'm wondering if our bulls, which are both getting up there in age, and we'll take a look at them when we get back there, I'm wondering if there's something in the realistic livestock mod that these older animals are not going to breed anymore. We also have a couple of cows. I think we have a cow that's like at the 60 or 60 plus month mark that may not breed or may not get bred again. So we'll have to check on all of that. So let's get these guys situated. We have a bunch of teens, a couple of heifers. I know the only spot we have open for calves, and I didn't even think about it, guys. I just went ahead and bought all of those calves, and we may not be able to get them all into the last igloo. So maybe placing another igloo today. That would be a not very good way to spend our money and time, is buying animals we don't have pens for, but you know, we'll figure it out either way. So here we are, first stop on the train. Let's see, any of the adolescent animals. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 adolescents, move selected. Why does it say 4? Because we didn't select that one. Move selected, move to husbandry. You guys know the routine at this point. We got to go in and find them and give them the old February of 4 tag. There's 2. February of 4. Snowball. We got a bunch of ones in here that are already done. Here's 3. February of 4. There's 4 of them of the 5 we need. And where is our last one? Was it one of these down here? Yep, right here. Change name. February of 4. Make sure we didn't miss any at the bottom. I don't think we did. Great. So we are done in here. I did move all the animals around already today. So these, we only have to do the animals that we brought back with us from the animal dealer. Here we go. This is going to be seeing if BP can drive a trailer backwards for any real distance, because we got to get all the way back to our 7th igloo. Nope. Oh, I think we're actually just running over the manure, but still. I want to get that corner cut a little cleaner. Yeah, we're hitting the manure. I thought first we were hitting the calf enclosure, but we're not. Really? You're not going to give me the trigger on that, huh? There we go. 1 and 2. Move selected animals. All right, so we only bought 2, so we weren't in trouble on that. We can fit them in, but that is literally it. We are out of space after this. Glad we got a water buffalo calf. Really want that buffalo milk like we've been talking about for a couple episodes now. Can we make this corner is the next question, because this one, this trigger's a little bit sensitive. We get enough of it in there? We sure did. Okay, so we have a limousine and a Hereford we got to get labeled. We can't do it ahead of time, can we? No, we can't. So that's all right. Limousine and a Hereford. Here we go. Limousine. Oh, there's only 2. This will be super easy. And our Hereford. Here we go. Already has a name. Super. All right, and we're set up to swing the trailer around and get it parked out of the way. Look at all of those adolescents, guys. Look at Teen Town. Look in there. They are. Look at all those animals. We have so many that are going to be able to be bred soon. Will be bulls that we'll sell off for, you know, as meat animals. Lots and lots of cattle coming onto the ranch and getting grown up and ready to go. So let's go ahead and drop everything here. Gonna go grab my herdsman stick and let's go take a look at the bull situation. So here we are. We have our herdsman stick. I want to show you guys the bulls first. It's a very interesting situation with these guys. Jump in right here. All right, so our 2 bulls, we have an Angus bull rogue who is 39 months, which isn't too terribly old, but I just don't know if he's getting up there and not finding animals to breed. Our slow Oni bull is 34 months, so they're really not that old. There is Sprinkles. Sprinkles is 40 months. I thought we had one that was like in the 60s. In regards to a cattle. Let's see, unless she got, maybe she got pregnant and we moved her, could be. Yeah, so not too bad, 29 months, yeah, 34. So, you know, I don't know, maybe we need 4 bulls in a pen with that many cows and heifers. You know, I just don't know. So let's come over here and let's take a look at you know, what animals we think are going to be good. So this animal is very good, very good. I mean, we have overall, we have some very nice animals. Okay, so let's just, they're all very high. Let's figure out how many. This one has 1 extremely high, 1 extremely high, 3 extremely high. Okay, Godfrey, I know where you're going, buddy. Godfrey, you're going in the trailer. Move selected. Move to trailer. Okay. And then we don't need a limousine bull. And because we have Godfrey, unless any of these guys have 3 extremely highs or more, they don't. And then Admiral is our other water buffalo bull. He's 30 months. He's only of good quality and only has 1 very high ranking. So maybe we need to buy a water buffalo bull. Let's run Godfrey over here. Let's go to 3 bulls in here and see if that results in more cows becoming pregnant. So Godfrey, you are moved in and good to go. And then let's just check and see no animals to move or sell. Let's put down the stick. Let's come back over here. And okay, so these are the animals for sale. Water buffalo bulls. So there's a very good, I mean, look at that guy, huh? Extremely high across the board. Okay, so this guy is going to come to us. He's 10 months old. We'll buy him and put him in the bullpen over here, and he'll age up in 2 months. So he'll be, what, February, March, April. He'll be ready to go, and we'll make sure we're getting as many of the water buffalo pregnant as we can. So let's see. This is maybe the best animal we've ever seen, guys. Okay. Buy selected, 1,200. Plus, we're going to pay a fee because we didn't drive up there and get him. But we'll just say he was imported from somewhere. Let's see. Where's our guy? He is from, doesn't even tell us anymore. We'll give him a name. Fred. Fred, you're our new stud bull for the water buffalo. We'll see you in 2 months. We'll move you back over. So let's see if that changes what happens in our breeding pen at all. I'm not sure it will. I don't know. Again, it could just be a pure number. You may need a certain number of bulls with a certain number of cows and heifers. It might just be a statistical issue where it's just there's only a certain probability of getting pregnant. It could be that our bulls are getting older. We just don't know how that mod works entirely yet. But I do want to try to keep you know, not a lot of animals in the breeding pen so we can keep them turned over and giving birth. Because right now, I should run back here and just check real quick. You know, we have 54 animals. Is that accurate? Yeah, 54 animals in the barn. In the birthing barn. Now, some of those are in recovery, but essentially we have about 54 calves on the way because some of them do have twins and triplets as well. So our herd is continuing to grow. So 54 there. We have 34 calves. So that's 88. Let's do a head count today, guys. 88 plus 40 is 128. Oh boy, we got a lot of animals. 128, 130, 150 plus what's in here. We have 160 cattle on the farm, guys. That is great news. We are more than halfway to our goal. Well, thanks so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. And I'll see you guys in the next one. We are in April, guys. We skipped right over March. I fed the animals, I watered the animals, I put straw down, I shifted the animals, I bought more animals, I sorted the babies, I named the babies, and sold the roosters. So sort of our normal routine for when we don't have other projects, but there wasn't a lot to do, so I figured we'd get through March and get to April. So this morning I got up, I fed all the animals, watered, shifted all the animals, named all the babies, etc., etc., because we have a lot to do today. So first off, our 2 grass fields are ready to go, and I think I've come up with a plan for how we're going to not only continue feeding our animals, but also how we're going to make some additional money. So the plan I have right now is as follows. This grass field 1, which is our big field, is going to get an expansion further down behind us. After we get the cut, we'll get the plow out and we'll plow that up and we'll plant it with grass and everything else. And this is going to become our hay field. So every time we cut this, we're just going to make hay out of it. And then our other grass field, field 2, is going to be 100% committed to silage. And we're going to make silage whether we need it or not. And I'm not quite sure how much we're going to need. Certainly more, you know, every month as we have more heifers and cows in our birthing barn that need the TMR, which is what we use the silage for, compared to the hay, which is what we feed all the other animals. But we're going to make silage, and when we just have too much silage, we're going to start selling silage wherever the price is best. So it's sort of a long-term investment strategy. We're not going to make money this month on it, and certainly I think we need to get a couple of cuts of silage under our belt and get those all set and squared away, because we don't want to be selling silage that we're going to need for food. So we have to be a little bit careful just not to get overzealous and sell, but we're going to get that done. We also need to go up to the shop and buy our cattle for today. There are a number of items in the sale that I think we're going to be picking up. I think it's another shopping spree type episode for us. So have some things to go up there and get and bring back once we get the grass cut and everything else done. So going to continue cutting this grass. We're going to keep working on our hay and silage production. I have the other field to cut as well. So I will check in with you guys when both the grass fields are done being cut and we're at either the baling or the collecting stage, because we haven't used our new bale trailer yet. I'm excited to use it. We bought it right after the last grass cut going into winter, and then our grass just didn't grow for several months, which, you know, is the way it works. So I'm excited to see how that works. So I will check back in with you guys in just a minute when we have some progress made on our grass fields and we are ready to move on to the next task. I'll see you guys in a sec. We have one little strip down here at the beginning that I missed pulling into the field, and our second grass field is cut as well. So let's just get this little bit of grass here on the edge right there. That's all we're looking for. We'll get folded up and go put this away. Now, the next stage of both tedding and windrowing and baling up this grass is gonna have to take a pause because we have some shopping to do. If we're going to be expanding this grass field and working with more and more grass, because we're going through, I mean, I haven't really taken a hard count, guys, but I think we are going through between 5 and 8 hay bales a day, and on average 3 to 4 small silage bales, not the big ones, the small ones a day. So I want to make sure we have enough stuff. So first and foremost, we bought this guy. I paid extra for him compared to the other merger we had. I really like this one, but with the fields getting bigger, we are going to be buying a bigger windrower, and plus that's $67,000 tied up in that piece of equipment. We also are going to be getting rid of our tedder. It has served us well, but it is time to upgrade to something bigger. We are going to be pushing in on, see, there's $13,000. We're going to be pushing in on 200 cattle here soon. And I think even though our goal is only to have 300 cattle, we only need 300 cattle to complete the challenge. I think we're going to be I think we're going to be a lot above that to make the money we need to make. So I'm trying to prepare for the future and getting us where we need to be. So let's grab the trailer and let's head up to the shop. And we have a bunch of sale items with our name on them. We're going to go up and grab them. I will see you guys up at the shop in just a moment. Here we are pulling into the shop to get our new equipment. And guys, we have a bunch of it. So let's see, 134,000. Hopefully that's enough money. So going into the sale. First and foremost, we're going to grab this guy because we can replace our existing sprayer with this guy and save some money. So we'll jump over here. And we will look at our two sprayers, and the one that is worth twice as much, we will sell. So that is item number 1 in the sale that we need to pick up. Item number 2, guys, we are going to be picking up a new tedder. So this is a 17-meter tedder. This is going to ted a lot of grass for us. So we are grabbing this. We're leaving it teal. It's so ugly it might be decent looking, but it's definitely a color that is not one that I would have picked, but we're going to use it. We're going to enjoy it. So the new 17-meter tedder coming home with us today to make a bunch of grass into hay. Next on the agenda, guys, I asked for a bigger truck. The silver 6500 came through in the 400 horsepower variant. I like the pickup truck look. I guess we could try for, we definitely don't want a box body. We could try for a flatbed. I'm not sure if that's worth the extra $6,000 plus. I don't know if it'll pull a gooseneck. So I think we're just going to stick with standard. The rims and tires, that's fine with me. The cabin headlight, we got a big old light bar on the front there you guys can see, and the steps. So we got a couple of upgrades here. We have the tinted windows already. This was interesting to me. The wheel spacing, the standard wheel spacing is a $560 option, but if you go to the wider tires, which to me gives us, you know, a wider base and less likely to tip over, drops it by $510. So we will be doing that. So fifth wheel gooseneck. Now here's the question: can we go to the flat deck or the flatbed and still have? No. See, we lose the fifth wheel. So that's what I was concerned about. We need the fifth wheel for what we're going to be doing. So fifth wheel, sorry, I keep saying fifth wheel, need the gooseneck. It's in the fiber color, so we're all set and good to go there. I sort of like the chrome and the black look. That does look good. Obviously, rim colors, given the choice, we're going to get those. We're going to get those to black. But we have the new carbon look. That is a sharp-looking truck for $32,000. Now, guys, we are not selling the International. That's staying on the farm with us. Next up, we have the Fort forage wagon, or the tipper wagon, but it also doubles as a manure wagon, and it holds 25,000 liters. So we are in good shape to get that going. Don't know if I'm in love with the color. Maybe one of the more muted. That's not too bad. We'll change the red wheels. I'm not worried about that. I like that. That's just sort of muted. We're on the ranch. We're not super flashy. We'll just make those black, make them disappear. I'm not sure about this whole crawler track option thing. Doesn't look totally legit to me, but we're getting it for free. Maybe we just go with the wheels. I don't know, guys. I think the wheels just look better. Yeah, I like that. So new manure wagon. That's going to be great. moving right along. Got the old Dangerville trailer back again. Here we go. We have the Pottinger 14-meter windrower. So that is going to replace the Anderson merger that we had. Let's see, the swath curtain we want multitask. I'm not sure. Has extra wheels for 1,500. Seems like we're doing a lot of grass work that maybe we'd want to do that. BKTs are an extra 500. Friedsteins are not anything extra. So yeah, I think that's going to be the route we go. Just get that, and that only requires 120 horsepower. So we are still good to go. And is there anything else in the sale? I felt like that was about it. I would love to pick up this flat deck trailer for 11 grand. It'd just be a great pickup to have. And I guess technically we have a fifth wheel in the back of our new truck, but I just feel like that's not the right truck to pull this trailer. And I don't think we're quite ready to purchase a new semi truck yet. And there isn't one in the sale, so we'll have to keep our eyes out. I did take a look at the GEA for the Plains and Prairie pack. This is a cool slurry tanker spreader. That may be on our list long term, but the problem is it requires 220 horsepower, which we just don't have. So we need to get the tedder and the windrower back first. I'm not sure we're going to be able to fit both on the trailer. So first and foremost, let's drop our trailer and get the International tucked out of the way. I'm going to be making several trips back and forth with this stuff. What I think I'm going to do is I'll make a trip and then I'll use the equipment that we get back there, and I'll probably put that on a time lapse, getting the grass work done. Man, that is a sharp looking big work truck for the ranch. So not necessarily feeling like we need the carbon wrap on it, but it came with it. But this is a nice big dually upgrade compared to what we had with the International, which is probably going to be our full-time cattle hauling truck and our full-time bale truck. Let's see if we can get the old... Oh, wrong button there. Switched over. Can we get the tailgate up? Yeah, there's a little bit of clipping. I guess we leave the tailgate down. That's what happens when you got a truck that's that tall. Okay, so the ramps are down, which we may or may not need. First item of business is going to be getting the tedder on. And I'm not sure we're going to be able to put the... And can we just get the straps on? Yes, we can. The strapped forklift, guys, or the pallet fork, I'm telling you, is the way to go. So let's go ahead and get the tedder put on here. Gotta turn slow. This thing is going to be very tippy. That's a heavy load for us. Okay, can we get up on there just a little bit? Let's see how far we want to go. We can rest that up on top. We might be able to get one more thing on here if we get that placed correctly. Oh, we're going to be hooked on the wheels. Okay, we'll take it. It's all right. And then I think maybe we grab the trailer. Let's get the forks out of the ground here, not pay attention to what I'm doing here, guys. Let's go here. Let's get turned. Oh, let's not detach. We already did that. Turn it on. Bring up the ramps. Throw the straps on the trailer. Let's get the ramp up. Just got to get the tailgate down for hauling. Okay, so we are good to go there. And can we get our new manure spreading trailer pushed on here on the back enough? We'll obviously need the windrower before we can get the bales done, but we can make a second trip with that. So let's see. And get the straps on that. Yeah, we are at the load limit for the telehandler here, but it is getting the job done. We'll swing through here, and we just got to watch and see. Okay, so we're lined up. When we bring it down, oh, that fits like a glove, guys. That is exactly the right size for what we had left on the trailer. All right, so we have the sprayer and the windrower left for a second trip, but we got some big equipment to help out on the farm. I will check in on you guys when we have all this stuff back at the ranch. I'll probably go ahead and get the tedding done on a time lapse, come back here, grab the windrower, do the windrowing on a time lapse, and bring you guys back in for the baling. So I'll see you guys shortly. All right, guys, we're back with the final load. I decided to do it all at once. I did change the truck and the trailer from a regular bed to a flatbed on the truck and from a gooseneck to a bumper pull on the trailer. I didn't like the clipping. The gooseneck was hitting the bed. It just didn't look good. So we'll get more use out of the flat deck anyways. So let's go ahead and get everything unstrapped and unloaded. And we will throw the new Pottinger into some windrowing, and we'll put that on a time lapse for you guys. So I'll see you when we're done with the windrower. That is a wrap on the windrowing, guys. That tedder was tremendous. The windrower was great too. Super excited for our new equipment. I'm going to get all this stuff baled up between now and the next episode, and we're actually probably going to come back in April again to get this grass field planted. So we'll do a second episode with the field expansion and getting the bales collected and everything else. So that was a great episode as far as just moving the ranch along. I'm excited to have new and bigger equipment. As I said earlier, I think we're going to end up with many more than 300 cows, and I just want to make sure that keeping them fed and keeping the ranch moving doesn't turn into a huge project because our equipment isn't big enough. So I think we took a lot of steps in the right direction for that today and are all set up for the future. So thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos, and I'll see you in the next one. We are running up to the store, guys. I did some work between episodes here. We are in April still, but I have our grass collected from the mowing and tedding and windrowing last episode on field 1, which was turned into hay. And I have all of the round bales off of field 2 collected and wrapped, which you guys saw in the intro. Since then, I have mowed what is going to be the Field 1 extension and have windrowed, tedded, windrowed, and baled that. We have to pick the bales up. But we're running up to the shop because I want a better way to distribute lime. So we're going to go up there and we're going to grab some sort of spreader. We're going to have to spread a lot more lime. I made this new grass field expansion, guys. It is much, much bigger. Thinking about what we talked about last episode with trying to make some money on silage to help us reach our financial goals. I thought, you know, let's make this grass field big, and if we get too much hay, then we can just, you know, have more silage off that field. So that is the plan for today's episode, is to pick up this equipment, get that new field cut in, and make our way into May. So I was going to say silage spreaders. Lime spreaders. Let's take a look at what we have. There's nothing in the sale. I'm looking at one of these two down here. This one's $12,266 and holds 4,200 liters. I bet there's a cost to get up there. This one's $7,500 and holds 5,000. So oddly, this one does manure. I'm wondering, doesn't have blades in the back for manure. That's interesting. But I think we're going to go with this Lizard RCW5, which is on the Mod Hub. Let's grab some teal paint, rims. We all know how that's going to end up. We're at $7,700 with the black rims. I think that's the way to go. Holds 5,000 lime. So I think in addition to picking that up, let's jump over to the consumables and let's get some lime. So $4,500. I think, I mean, 8 bags. Should we just get it and just have it? There's really no reason not to just have lime on the farm. I'd love to get a stone picker and a lime production going so we could be making our own lime on the farm, but I don't think we have that many stones, and I just don't think it's going to be, at least at this stage, a worthwhile investment for, you know, what we're looking to do to upgrade the farm. I think it's going to be, you know, a stone picker is going to be 80 grand. Production is going to be 50. It's $130,000 just not to have to buy a $450 bag of lime. Seems like we should be buying some lime here before we are buying a lot of lime before we spend, you know, well into the $100,000 range to avoid buying a less than $500 bag. So let's get this topped off so it is ready to go. We will swing this guy around. I like how that tarp looks. Looks good, as a natural crease to it. All right, let's see. And our lime is on. I'm really digging our new, what is it, 6500 series truck with a flatbed. It is going to be, we're going to put a lot of work into this truck. So let's head back to the farm. We'll get the bales picked up. I think there's maybe 20, 22 somewhere in there bales of hay. So we got a lot of good hay off of just the field grass that we cut, which is always an important first step in cutting in a field, is getting that grass mowed. One of the things I've really enjoyed about Sunshine Forest is that there is real grass, not just meadow grass, spread throughout the open areas. So it's not as good as, you know, a grass field that's limed and fertilized and maybe even rolled or mulched or, you know, intentionally put together, but it is way better than some meadow grass on other sort of open maps like this, where you can mow the whole thing and you get, you know, 4 bales off of a huge field, which is, you know, not nothing, but certainly not what we're getting here. So really, really enjoying how this map was put together. And you can see all that dark green grass sticking up amongst the sort of lighter green grass. That's real grass. So really, really cool feature of this map. So we're gonna go ahead and get this taken back. We're gonna need to spread some lime on our new field when we get in there. So let's make sure we have that good to go. Loving our new bridge and our shortcut coming from the shop. Cuts down on driving. Funny, I got a comment on that today on another video, and I've recorded several videos ahead, so I was excited that someone else saw and thought that we should have a bridge too, because that's what we did. So we're going to put this guy right here. You can see that field is all mowed and baled, and these are all new silage. Well, they're grass bales turning into silage. You can see they're 0% fermented because I just put them in there. I did unwrap all of the other silage bales, the big ones that were in the roll there before, and they are all right here. So we have a whole bunch of silage in the farm as well, or on the farm as well. So let's grab our bale trailer. I really like the patina on this thing. It's a fun old bale trailer. Pull it with our old truck. Nice and easy. So let's go ahead and turn on bale collection. I had it on auto load earlier and it just wasn't working. Oh, we got that in the truck. Let's go ahead. Let's just see what we have here. We are on... Where is it? Operating position. Yep, that's what we want. So we're in operating position on the trailer. So we should be able to just drive around and pick up the bales now. I got to tell you guys, on that little time lapse at the beginning where we were putting the round bales into the wrapper, it took me, I think I did that exact field in a time lapse previously. It took me like 12 or 14 minutes to get that field done with just the Massey driving back and forth, picking up bales. I took the trailer out there, I got all the bales on the trailer, and I just worked off the trailer from the edge of the field, and it went so much faster this time. It was so nice having that, you know, not having to drive the Massey back and forth, because it's, you know, it's a great piece of equipment, but it's not a fast piece of equipment, and going back and forth across fields is not the way that we're going to get ahead in life. So let's see, I think that's going to be about it. I don't think we get a fourth row on here. So we are 6 per level, 3 levels, 18 plus 1 on the back. We have 19 bales set here already. So let's go ahead, and we got to get the Massey pulled out of the way. You can see I did sell our old Strautmann spreader wagon that we were using for manure and lime. And now we have a manure wagon over here, our fort, and we just picked up the new lime spreader as well. So we have a couple of implements replacing one smaller implement that did both jobs. And I'm thinking the lime spreader that we just picked up is going to have a much, much better working width. So we go ahead, and if you watch carefully right at the back of the truck, you can see sometimes when we get the trailer lock up, we weren't straight enough. Have to be pretty straight. There we go. That little shift means that trailer lock, the axle lock is on. So now this dolly trailer becomes sort of a straight axle trailer. The front doesn't turn. Nice and easy to get turned over. We will unload those bales there, and I'm not sure if I can get... We'll go ahead and unlock that dolly axle. I may have to pull this one in forward to get the bale out of the back of the truck. Let's see. Switch it over. Take off the straps. Perfect. See, you may have to do a couple of points on the turn here just to get the dolly swung around. All right, we are back in business. So that was 19 bales off that field. And you guys can see I plan on making a pretty significant increase in the size of this field. We are really looking at increasing the amount of grass we're getting. I think maybe I didn't reset the trailer. There we go. So 19, 20, this will be 21, 22, 23, 24 bales without having to do any work. Those are just free bales from getting that field mowed, which is going to be really helpful in keeping our animals fed, because we are going through a lot of hay bales. We may be up to 7 to 9 a day, depending on how many animals we have, because we just keep getting more, which is great. It's just proving to be a bit of a challenge to keep up, and we don't want to get behind, because once you get behind on the bales, you end up having to buy them and spend a bunch of money, which we are not looking to do. So that is done. Go ahead and just park this guy right up over here. That was perfect. And we're going to make one more change, assuming we have the money, because we are down to our last few bucks. But I think because of the size of the field extension, we're going to try to put the extension on this plow and see if we can get a couple more meters out of it. But I'm not sure. It might be $5 grand. It might be $2 grand. If it's 5, it's not happening, guys. We don't have that much money. So let's see. We got the extension we can just slap on here. Go to the 9 meter. It is $2,000. So we are good to go. That's going to be a big, big help. So grab it here, reconnect, lift it up. All right, and we are going to unfold the plow. And we're going to hook this edge. We're going to bring this edge up a little bit. I put a little gravel pad over there for our implements. I'm going to bring that pad around and back down and connect it along the side of the fence there. So I want to leave a little bit of room. So we'll come right through here. Let's go ahead and lower. And as always, let's just hit it with a quick save just in case. Takes just a second. And we are good to go. Back out here, we need to turn on create fields. allow create fields. And actually, before I do this, let's go around and let's paint that dirt skirt all the way, the rest of the way around, so we can know where the edge of the field is. So we're here. We'll go with dirt. Let's get, I think we're actually using mud on the other one, but it'll be fine using dirt here. The mud actually has a, it compresses when you drive on it, so your wheels fall into it. So it's actually not what I want to be doing on the edge of this field. I want to be using the dirt to do the outline edge of the field. And I did actually hit the edge of our property at a couple spots here. So having this mode and knowing where we're going for creating the field is going to be a nice guide for us in getting everything connected. So there we go. We'll run that right in there. So I'm going to go ahead and get this plowed up. I'll probably throw it on a time lapse for you guys. You're not watching me go back and forth, and I'll check in with you guys at the end. See you in a minute. Could be one of, if not our last pass on this field. That went very well. Super happy we got the extension on the plow there, because that was a lot of work. We have, I'm guessing, tripled the size of this field. I actually want to cut this little spot in right here. I forgot. So let's go ahead. Turn create field back on, or allow create field. And right to there. Perfect. Get it pulled up. Turn off create field. And I put this back against the side of the barn here. And it occurred to me while I was doing that we are going to need some soil data. And I'm thinking, let's take a look here. Nope, that's not what we wanted to do. All right, soil data. So let's head in here. Precision farming. Purchase soil information is going to be $6,500. We just don't have that money laying around. So the question is, do we have enough of the cheese? 31,000 at the sell everything. So I think we're going to run up there, sell the cheese, and grab the soil data. We'll just pay for it at this point. Gotta keep the process moving so we can get the lime on the field this episode and keep us on track to be planted. I want to get this field planted so we can have all of our grass growing together. So for right now, we're just going to dump those there. Get them next to the tractor in case we need to refill later. And I did have some, really exciting news since we've talked about it a lot. I think, guys, we have enough buffalo milk to make our first pallet of buffalo mozzarella. I didn't make it without you. I wanted to make sure you guys were here for it. So let's see what we get off of this. Not totally thrilled with how these pallets are loading. May need to redo the auto load section here because we're not getting all the way to the edge. We're only going too high. And I think we had 17,000 liters of cheese, so don't need to sell all of it, but we certainly need to get some of it on here. So let's pull out while the rest of that is preparing to load, and let's unload everything. And that is not unloading well either. Huh. It's like it doesn't know it's there or something. Let's see. Yeah, I can't even get the other two on there anymore. That is very interesting. Anything on the help menu? I wonder if maybe are we blocked with the stuff that's on there? Shouldn't be. The unloading area? No. Okay, well, I mean, this should be enough cheese. We only need $6,000. So let's go ahead and we'll just put these back on. Grab the other two. We'll run these up to the shop and get those sold here real quick so we can afford to buy our soil data. So I will check in with you guys when we are back from the shop, having sold all the cheese, so we can pick up that soil data and get the lime spread, which may be one of the last things we do this episode. We'll have to check and see. So I'll check in with you guys in just a minute. We had a successful sale to cheese, made just about $19,000. I went ahead and bought the soil data so it would be done and ready when we get back here, which it is. So let's grab the Fiat and let's get to liming this field. This is going to be quite a bit of work. I don't think this extension may be as big as all the fields we currently have all put together now. So glad we have a larger capacity lime spreader. Hopefully it is wider spreading as well. So let's see, do we need to unfold it all? Yep, something opened up. And let's zoom out a little bit and let's start seeing what kind of spread we get. Alright, so far nothing seems to be happening. Do we need to detach? Reattach? Well, this is all very interesting. It sounds like it's on. It is not. Definitely not. Do we need to lower it? We do need to lower it. Okay. Was unaware that lime spreaders had to be lowered, but hey, not a problem. We can handle that. Always worth checking all your options. And this is definitely a wider working width than we are used to. So that is nice. We are burning through the lime, guys. I am concerned we might have to go back to the shop and buy more. We bought 8 bags when we bought the lime spreader. I think we have 1 or 2 pallets in the shed as well, so we have some extra. But certainly, I mean, that is 1,000 liters, and we haven't made it once around the outside of the field yet. So this could end up being a very, very time and consumable intensive endeavor here, and quite frankly we probably should be buying, or should be liming the entire field to get the levels back up to where it needs to be. So let me get to work on this. I'm not going to time lapse it. We've done a lot of work on time lapse this episode already. Let me just get this field done. I'll bring you guys back in for the wrap up, and we'll end looking at our buffalo mozzarella and seeing if we can finally make our first pallet of buffalo mozzarella before we leave April. I'll see you guys soon. All right, guys, we got all the liming done. Actually had plenty of lime. I was surprised that we had so much left over. We got the little grass field up here in front of us done, and as you can see, the entire field expansion and the original grass field all limed. So that new little spreader worked out really, really well. So let's grab the milk, and then we'll be calling it an episode here. Let's see. I want to make sure we have enough to have a buffalo mozzarella pallets. Let me get a better camera angle here. Let's get squared up a little bit. I think we're going to need a new shed here pretty soon. We have so much equipment in the yard now and around the areas because we are just out of space everywhere else. So, buffalo milk 157, cow milk 5,800, guys. That might be the most we've ever gotten in a month. So that is good and exciting news. Help us make some of that cheese back that we sold to be able to get the soil sample data for precision farming for that field expansion. So here we are. Let's get that done. We'll go back and pick up our 157 liters of buffalo milk, bring it over, check in on the buffalo milk capacity, and flip on the mozzarella and see if we can get a pallet, if we have enough to get it done. So, a very exciting episode for the ranch as far as expansion goes. That big grass field is going to make a huge difference. I will get it planted between episodes, so you'll come back and it will be all planted with grass and growing. We do, remember, have solid fertilizer in our little seeders. They are case seeders, so that'll take care of any fertilization. And then we might even start next episode with our new manure spreader, spreading some of our manure onto our two grass fields to keep the nitrogen levels up. So, very busy day on the farm. Haven't had an episode that took 2 months, or a month that, sorry, it took 2 episodes. I don't know if we've ever had that. This was just a lot of work, lots of new equipment, lots of running around. But like I've said, I think we're really pushing into the next stage of the ranch, and we want to make sure that we have all the equipment and we're all set up to do it. So the dairy production, let's take a quick look. We have 1,667 liters of mozzarella. Let's go ahead and I'm sorry, I keep saying mozzarella, of buffalo milk. Let's go ahead and turn that on. And I think what we'll do here, guys, is we will do a quick speed up of time and see if we can't watch our first pallet of buffalo mozzarella get made. So we are down here, buffalo mozzarella 1,164. We have produced it. Let's see if we can get eyes on it. Let's see if we just slide these cheese pallets to the side if we get a pallet of buffalo mozzarella. I just want to see it. It's been so long coming. We've been working at it. I don't know how many pallets of cheese we're going to get, guys. It could be quite a few before we see the mozzarella. There it is, guys. Our first pallet of buffalo mozzarella. Let's check the time-saving stock check. It is currently worth $3,523, peaking at 38. So that is going to be a good money maker for us. So we're going to call it there, guys. Thank you so much for joining me for this episode. It was a lot of fun with the new equipment. I'm excited for where we're headed with the ranch. Don't forget to drop a like, turn on notifications for more videos, and we'll see you in the next one. Well, guys, I just finished all of the cattle daily work, the feeding, the straw, all that kind of stuff, so we are in good shape. Have a couple of projects today, but before we get to those, let's see, updates from last episode. So we had our first cattle loss overnight. We lost a cattle due to an accident, or a cow due to an accident. Not exactly sure what happened, but it has been removed from our herd per the realistic livestock mod. So that was not exciting, but it's the first time it's happened in 40 years. So feel like, you know, it was sort of due to happen. We did have, I'm going to drive over here and show you guys. Actually, I'll pick it up first. We did have the Batwing mower come up in the sale, the same one we had. I think it was like $15,000 or $16,000. And we bought ours new, and it was worth like $32,000. So we did sell our original mower and pick that one up. We had some luck with the cattle getting pregnant this month. It seemed like we had 11 getting pregnant again this month, or maybe 12. So I feel like more bulls is better. So what we're going to do today is we're either going to put a bull into the breeding pen because it is a good animal, or we're going to sell it if it is of age. Don't really see a point in holding on to them beyond that. Don't know that we want to have 20 bulls in there, but we'll certainly give it a look. And then I think from there, we're going to, I think that's going to be more than 10, 3, 5, 6. Yeah, that's way more than 10. So let's take a look here and see which animals we want to move. Very good, very good, very good. So these 1, 2, 3, 4, and Illusion is probably our best one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and Illusion is 5. We're going to move selected, come back over here. 1, 2, 3. We'll skip that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the last one here. So which one are we skipping? We're skipping Phantom. So let's see. So we'll come in here. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then go 5. Move selected. We missed one somewhere. We'll go back and check and see. So Phantom. Oh, we missed Ollie. So let's get Ollie moved over. So the new plan is just to try to keep bulls in there, because it seems like we have just a statistical chance of the animals getting pregnant with each bull that's in the pen that's of the same species. The water buffalo do not seem to breed with non-water buffalo, but within the sort of typical bovine animals, the Holsteins, the Limousines, all those animals, the Angus, it seems like as long as there is a male in there, there's a chance they get bred, and the more males that are in there seems, at least in our very limited experience, to be giving them a better chance. So the other thing we're going to do is, if the bull is more than, I don't know if it's 36, but let's call it maybe 36, 39 months, somewhere in there, they are going to be, like, this guy's 42 months old. He's worth $7,000. He is getting sold, guys. We'll switch back and forth here. That was Angus. Oh, we got to switch back to that menu. So we have our limousine bull, 12 months, and then our water buffalo bull, Fred, is 13, and Slow Oni is 37 months. And he's only worth 3,400 bucks. I think Slow Oni's got to go as well. Move selected. Great. So we're going to try to just get as many cows and heifers pregnant each month as is possible. And since it seems to be, cut that corner too tight, since it seems to be just a probability based on the number, come on, guys, got to get the steering wheel to turn better here. We'll just go the long way. That'll be easier. Since it seems to be a probability based on the number of male animals in there, we're just going to dump all of our good breeding quality bulls into the breeding pen and see if we get 20 bred females next month. So let's see. We were down here on the limousine. So I would say Fabio doesn't go. And as far as water buffalo, so the first 2 water buffalo go, and then that's going to be it. So we're going to move all the rest of the full grown bulls into the trailer. So that's 5, including the 2 in the trailer, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, move. Oh, nope. Move selected. There we go. 7 animals. Got it. Still working on figuring out those controls. So let's get the water buffalo moved in. The water buffalo, just in my experience, and I guys, this could just be literally my experience, but it just seems like they don't breed very often. I'm going to move all 3 water buffalo in here, and the limousine, and double check because I don't remember which ones we were going to keep and which ones we were going to sell. So we'll come in here. And water buffalo, that one's good. Yeah, so Admiral comes out. And then Friendly Dusty comes out. So Admiral and Friendly Dusty, you come out. And we are good to go. So we should have about 5 bulls in there all ready to be sold. We're going to take them with us up to the shop and get them sold and pick up another round of cattle in their place. This is going to be sort of our routine, getting the bulls out and sold as needed. I did look at a couple of mods that would give us some other different opportunities. There are some sort of like butcher type mods where you drop the animals off and they produce meat that you can sell. None of those in my testing worked or were compatible with the realistic livestock mod. Wasn't sure if I wanted to bring them into the role play anyways or into the playthrough anyways, but just thought I'd test and see. But it definitely seems like these are not cows in the sense of the base game, because the mods just did not recognize them at all as, keep it under control, as cows. I could put them into the production points and they just didn't count towards there being animals in place. So not surprising, but I thought I'd at least give it a try. It'd be nice to have some additional sort of ancillary productions and mods around the realistic livestock mod that might allow you to do different things, or, you know, something like maybe there's a cattle market where, you know, you can put your animal and, you know, if the animal's worth 2,500 bucks, you might get 27 or you might get 23. You know, it depends on the bidders that day, and you could sort of take some risk and make some money or lose some money based on that type of thing. Because we're spending so much time and each animal is so important, you know, it'd be nice to have some more, just some options that sort of flush out what you do with the animals when you're done with them instead of just returning them to the dealer. So just a thought. Let's go ahead and jump in here. We are going to select all. We're not buying all. That would be a mistake. Here we go. Sell selected. So we're going to make $28,000, almost $28,300 selling those cattle, guys. So that is a lot of money. So let's check the animals, see what we have. You know, do we buy more bulls? I don't think we buy bulls. I think we just keep the ones we raise and sell them. I still think that's going to be the best option. Man, the cows so far have been not good today. Overall is good. Yeah, man, these are rough, guys. Here's a great limousine calf. Love that one. Here, this one's very high, very good overall. Okay, not looking for more bulls. Man. And one water buffalo. So, buy selected. We're going to buy 2 animals. That's all there was out of the 10 that were there that were worth buying. But, you know, we'll find some more. We'll ask them to go back and check in the back and see if they can find us a few more animals. And I suspect they'll be able to. So, let's see. There's a great calf. There's another good calf. Why is there a full-grown animal in the middle? I haven't seen that before. Usually it goes sort of by age, oldest on top and lowest on bottom. But who knows? So that's 4 total animals. Nope, nothing there. Is that one worth picking up? I don't know. Maybe we'll come back to it. That's a good-looking adolescent there. Liquid Ocean, man, bummer. It's a bad cow because that is an excellent name. Herefords, 13 months. Yeah, you can go right into the breeding pen. 13 months, you can go right into the breeding pen. And then, very good. Come on, give me some water buffalo. Nice. There's a good water buffalo. Another good water buffalo. All right, can we buy all of these? I was not 8 animals. Perfect. That's 10 exactly. So we made $28,300 basically, and we just spent about 12 on new animals. So we are net positive for the day on the animals, which is sort of the goal here. So beyond that, I did find there was a new mod released today on the Mod Hub. The Mahindra Retriever Plus, was it? Plus Extra, something like that. And it comes with a trailer and a water tanker trailer. And I am hoping that we get some of those pieces in the sale here soon, because I think the Mahindra Retriever is going to be the perfect thing to drive around and fill our calf igloos. I'm still enjoying doing it by hand, but now that we're up to 7, we are not able to use only one bale. We have to fill the water tanker multiple times. So thinking the Mahindra might make our sort of daily farm work, our morning farm routine a little bit easier, but we'll have to wait and see if that comes up in the sale. I think the set's going to be about $20,000 for the Mahindra, and we'll get the water tanker and we'll just try to put a bale in the back and see how that goes. But we'll have to see, you know, when that comes up in the sale. I wanted to give you guys a quick update. I'm trying to do a better job of keeping track of some of our stats. So this morning, when I did the feed, it was 9 240 centimeter hay bales, 3 of the small silage round bales, the 5,500 liter ones. I think those are 150 centimeter. And then two-ish 240 centimeter bales of straw. So probably could have gotten away with 8 bales of hay, but, you know, we just put some extra in the breeding pen and called it good enough. But, you know, we're going through, I think the hay bales are 7,500 liters. So we're going through, I mean, what, 66,000 liters of hay a day to keep our animals fed. So yeah, I mean, it is turning into a full-time gig to keep these animals fed. I think we enlarged our grass field just in the nick of time. We could have been finding ourselves in a little bit of a jam otherwise. What do we got back here? I don't want to hit anything. Okay, I don't know if this one has any openings. The back one on the left side definitely does. I think it may only have 1 animal in it. That one's got 5. This one either has 1 or 2, I think, if I remember from feeding them. Let's see. Nope, we moved up too far. Has 2, so we got 1. Only need to place 1 more. Okay, not bad at all. Move to husbandry. Excellent. So now we got to get some adolescents in Teen Town, and the rest of you guys are going into the breeding pen, into Adult Swim. So let's see if we can make these corners work. Nice and smooth like butter. This next corner is not going to work, so we left the straw blower in the way. I think that's next on our agenda after getting the cattle settled, is going to be getting some sheds and a couple things set up, because I have a couple of ideas. So we're moving 2 Herefords and a water buffalo. So let's get those moved. The calves are easy for me to go back in and take care of. These ones a little less so, because they take more time. So let's see. We are in May? No, we're in June, right? No, we're in May. Easy enough. Okay, so our Herefords. Rename. Here we go. Change name. Nope, that's not it. That's the limousine. There we are. May of 4. That's Matt of 4. Well, that's not going to work, so let's get that changed. May 4. Change name. May 4. Again, 45. And then our last one was a water buffalo. This one right here. Change name Mackenzie. There's a great name. Okay, so those animals are in. Let's turn this off. Where is our Fiat over here? Let's get the straw blower moved. And guys, I think we are getting awfully close to a full pallet of eggs. You guys see it in there? So we are soon to have 1 pallet of eggs after 3 years of raising chickens. I kept telling you guys they were prolific breeders, and they certainly have increased in numbers from 7. We are getting a lot of roosters that I'm selling almost immediately. But we're still not producing eggs that quickly yet. But with all of our wheat coming in next month, we are in good shape to be ready when they do take off, and that 1,000 chicken coop or 1,000 chicken animal coop is full. So let's get flipped around here. And can we do it without bumping into it? We can. So 3 limousines and a water buffalo. Move selected. Great. 3 limousines and a water buffalo. Change name. May of 4. Lovely Charlie. Okay, Lovely Charlie. Fair enough. Man, I'm really bummed we didn't get, was it Liquid Ocean or whatever it was? That was a great name, whatever that one was. And then 1 water buffalo down here. Snowflake. It's a funny name for a black cow. Okay. Let's loop this around, get it tucked in and out of the way. Nice. Now, we have all this cheese and our 1 infamous pallet of buffalo mozzarella, not to be forgotten, since we've talked about it for like 8.5 months straight and finally got it. And last episode, at the end, I wanted to see that pallet of mozzarella, and I pulled a bunch of the pallets out. Now, it is May, it's 56 degrees, not too bad, but I don't think we can have our cheese sitting out, or our buffalo mozzarella sitting out until October. So I think we're going to go in, and I was looking before I jumped in, right here, the refrigerated hanger. I absolutely love this piece of equipment, or this placeable. It is so well done, and it's refrigerated storage for all of your goods. So I think we're going to drop it right in here. Make sure there's enough room that we can get turned around, and if we have to take a harvester through here or a truck and a trailer, we have some room. I don't want to be sort of trapped. So let's come in here and let's get this bigger. Okay, right there. Right there. Sort of round out our corners here so we have better driving path. I do think that while we're here, yeah, let's square that up just a little bit. Can we get rid of those? I think that's going to be better. We can put some grass down real quick to fill in where the shrubs were. And then, guys, the ground markings have really, it's not something I thought I'd want to play with, but ever since I started using them, I've really enjoyed them. So let's see. We want the short 45. That's the long 45. Here's the short 45. Just sort of give you like you're pulling in, you're pulling out. Okay, and then you flip it, and you do the same thing going the other way. And then let's get a long, what do we have? A long 90 here. You know, let's see, that's going to be right in there. And then we get a couple of the ground markings up here and just sort of, you dirty up where the tires would be. Getting in front where there'd be lots of traffic. Mix up the stains a little bit. This is definitely a high traffic area, so let's get a couple of those in there. And I think that looks better. So we have our cold storage, which is great. Let's double check that it didn't have any crazy ground deformation corners at the back that we missed. Looks pretty good to me. I'll link the mod review I did on this. I'll put a bookmark in for you guys to click on and take a look. But this thing is so cool. It's got double doors. When you open the second set of doors here, you get the plastic entry, and then you're in this chilled storage area. You've got the air compressor running up top on either side. You've got an office in here where the trigger is to pull stuff out. You've got your propane tanks or your liquid propane on the sides. And then you've got your louvers on the back exchanging the air. The patina on the wood and the paint is really, really good. And then you have your chiller compressors that are spinning out here and working. Just a really, really cool mod. Very well thought out. The details are tremendous. So let's jump in our new Silver 6500. Let's grab some cheese and let's get it into the refrigerator. Keep the quality of our cheese up. Won't have anyone getting sick on some warm, moldy cheese that we've been storing in our barn. So here we go. Grab all of those. We still did not change the auto load area on this. Oh, I'm driving looking the other way. I still want to get this set up better to have more pallets on the back. Ooh, very tippy even with the wide tires. So the trigger's just inside the first door. So you just back into here. Go ahead, take the straps off. And then the cool thing, guys, is this is another one of those 1-for-1 mods. So everything you put in has a spot. So if you put it in, you can find it, you can see it. Have our cheese lining the bottom couple of shelves. There's our buffalo mozzarella. You know, we are looking good there. Let's see what else we get to spawn out of here. Try to grab a little bit more. We have some more milk to go collect. We have not collected that yet today. So let's see. Grab the one. Oh, there were 2 pallets hiding back there. I guess we could just pull straight in. That's not a problem either, right? All right, get those. Now, we don't want the cool air getting out, so we'll close that door. And coming up on summer here, let's get the office door closed so we don't have bugs in the office. And we are good to go. So we have our cheese storing in a nice, cool storage shed. Getting ready for the end of the year. We usually sell that, in September or October, so that'll be coming up here pretty soon. And then we should run and grab the milk. So we'll grab the Fiat real quick. Let's go ahead and drop the trailer. Maybe it's time for a little in-cab driving in the Fiat. We haven't done that in this tractor very much. So last month, I think we had 5,400 liters of milk, which was more than I think we've ever had on the farm in 1 month. So we are definitely upping our milk game. We are getting, you know, between 9 and 11 pregnant females every month. So it is, you know, 10 months from now, we're going to be getting, you know, maybe a dozen calves a month, which is going to be just incredible. So we have to be ready for more milk. Let's see. Buffalo milk 206, regular milk 3,130, not a big deal. Let's go ahead and get flipped around here. Head over, we'll get this dropped off. And then I think since we have $36,000 left, I'd like to look at putting a shed down. I haven't really looked at what I want to put in yet, but we have a couple of options. I think we need to get something just to get some of this equipment a place to park, because it is just all over the place. You know, I made that little pad over there. That may not be a bad option to put some sort of, you know, lean-to type shed, just a roof. Maybe with some walls, maybe not. But yeah, we got to get equipment parked up. I would like to have our straw blower and our feed mixer under cover, because both of those will not do well with being out in the rain and the snow. We don't want the food getting all congealed and, you know, moist and nasty. So, and the straw the same way. We don't want to get any mold growing on that. So we'll have to see what we can figure out. May end up being a couple of sheds long term, but for right now we'll work on just getting these ones done. All right, so that is the milk done and collected. It's fun doing some in-cab driving. So jumping in to look at our sheds, I have a couple that I put in here. This is the one we already have. This is a great shed. That's this one right here. We put our hay bales in. Let's see. I got a couple of these like extension ones where you can just like basically attach this and have sort of a lean-to. This could be a really interesting option for our feed mixer truck. If I could get this, see, that seems like it's just too big. Shed with solar, narrow shed mod, narrow and low. I mean, so we could make this the lean-to for the feed mixer, and then it would just be out of the way. Can we actually get it to line up there? Yeah, this would be right there. That's very interesting, guys. With the solar, which would generate a little bit of cash, which wouldn't be too bad either. Let's see. I just want to know if it's touching here or if I need to go all the way in. I think we got to go pretty much all the way right to there. Okay. There we go. Let's check that out in person. Let's see how that turned out. Didn't follow my own advice and saved before we placed some placeables, so it could be less than ideal. I don't see it clipping through, which is great news. That's a nice little cover for our feed mixer. That's exactly what we needed, guys. We might even be able to pull, I bet we could pull the straw blower through there if we did a little bit of aligning of the vehicles. So let's see here. If I move this guy over, right? And I put him right over here up against the wall, covered up. Yep, exactly where he needs to be. Excellent. Now, let's see if we... Do you think the... Oh, yeah, the straw blower would fit in there nicely. Well, that wasn't the shed I was planning on buying, guys. I was thinking about doing something a little bit bigger, but that seemed to have worked out quite well. So let's jump over and see about getting our straw blower put away as well. And that's a great spot because it's right over by the birthing barn where both those vehicles or both those pieces of equipment work on a regular basis. So that is nice and easy. And I bet with a little bit of work, I could get a spot in the woods trimmed out. We won't be able to do it today. Won't be able to drive it today, but I bet we could do something where we pull back here. Oh, maybe we can. Oh, hold on, guys. Hold your horses. A whole plan might be coming together, and we didn't even know it was going to happen. It's like an accidental success here, so let's see. I don't want to make this too square and unnatural, but let's just see. And then I think we actually want to make this grass. I've got to neaten up that edge just a little bit. So let's come in here. Let's do the tall grass. Yep, that's perfect. Probably come back and do some trees and stuff later. But now we can loop through here, and I probably have to cut down that tree that's overlapping a little bit. But if I swing wide enough, void the front post, straighten it out. Oh, guys, that is a thing of glory. I think we have to do a little bit of smoothing on that front edge. Let's check and see. This felt like a lip right. Yep, there's a lip right there. So let's go ahead and see about smoothing that out. And I think, guys, that is just so much more success than I thought we were going to have finding some place to park those vehicles. I thought for sure that was going to be a real problem. I do think that since it's gravel all the way on both sides, we might just gravel that in, and I'll pull that tree out between episodes. But let's see. Oh, yeah, that is really, really nice. So, hey, we didn't get a big shed out of the deal, but we got a great shed. It gives a little bit of solar income, which will be great. We have our feed mixer and our straw blower undercover. I am thrilled. We got a little back alleyway through here around the farm. Gives us access to maybe clearing some trees back here and putting some more stuff in. But this was, and actually that tree isn't too bad, guys. It's actually sort of even with the posts. So, yeah, maybe I'll just paint that in and it'll just be grass over there. Keep the ranch look. So, yeah, sort of an off episode. Not a lot of the normal stuff, but we sold the bulls, which is a good moneymaker for us. Made $29,000 basically selling the bulls, which more than paid for the new cattle we bought. We put the chilled storage shed in for our cheese products. We can also put our milk in there, our butter in there, anything else we make that needs to be chilled. Keep it out of the summer heat and keep it preserved nicely for sale. And then we got our lean-to solar roof to cover our feed mixer and our straw blower to keep them out of the weather so we don't have wet food and wet bedding. So, you know, a lot of cool stuff done today. Super exciting. The ranch is starting to come together, and I think we are really on our way to being able to start making some real money here and start achieving our goals. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos, and I'll see you in the next one. We are headed up to the animal dealer here with our remnant bulls, our extra bulls, the ones that are either not high enough quality or just not competitive to breed in our breeding pen. But on the way up, guys, we have a really cool addition to the playthrough. Our local co-op put in a BGA for us to use. We're going to pull in right now and take a look. So the way this works, it's available for all of the ranchers in the area. The co-op put it in. There's a $120 a month membership fee, and you can bring your slurry and your manure and your chopped beets, whatever else the BGA takes, and put it in. They run it all through, and they send you back your portion of the profits for running the BGA. So super excited to have this on the map. We're gonna find a way to get some manure up here today and get that put in to make us a little bit of extra money. But for right now, we are headed to the animal dealer to get these bulls sold and pick up some more cows. And let's go ahead and get all these guys sold. Starting out, we have $35,400 in the bank. Get all these guys selected, sell all. Once again, just about $29,000 in cattle sold. So that puts us up to $64,000 in the bank. Let's take a look and see what animals we can find. Several animals so far that look pretty good. We don't want any bulls. Wow, there are no Angus cows. Taking a look here. Okay, we got a good calf. Not a ton of great animals so far. Those are more bulls. Water buffalo. Wow, that one's 59 months, guys. That would be a good animal, but it is far too old. There's another nice adolescent. And we do sort of need another water buffalo bull. We only have one. So let's see. This one is very high and high. This one is very high and high. So really, fertility is high and metabolism is very high versus fertility very high, metabolism high. They're essentially the same animal. This one's only got 2 months to go until it's ready to breed, so I think we probably pick that one up. So we're going to pick up 5 animals. We'll see if the dealer can find us any more here to take a look at, maybe extend their search a little bit, bring them in from further away. See what we can find. We want to start with the water buffalo because those are the ones we're really trying to grow. 11 months, perfect. We'll take that one. Don't want any bulls. That's a nice looking. Oh, again, we're running bulls. We just have Hereford bulls, limousine bulls. We're not getting a lot of cows, guys. I don't know what that's about. That is a very, very nice Angus calf. Let's see, Holstein. 12 months, so she can go right into the breeding pen. That is good news. Not sure how many we have at this point. Maybe let's buy them and let's see. 3, so we can afford to buy 2 more. Have them fit in the trailer still. 10-month-old, that's fine, but that's a bull, so we don't want it, so never mind. And another brown Swiss adolescent. So we're not quite there yet, guys. I mean, is there a better water buffalo bull? That's basically the same as what we already bought. Same as what we already bought. Well, let's try to find one more good animal here, guys. Didn't think it was going to take 3 rounds this morning, but here we find ourselves. Start with the water buffalo. Okay, 1-month-old water buffalo. That's what we want. We want as many water buffalo as we can get these days so that we can start producing more buffalo milk long term. It takes so long to get this stuff going because we have You know, the calf has to get to 12 months before it can be put into the pen. Then it's 10 months for pregnancy before it has any babies. That's if it gets pregnant right away. And then it produces like 2 or maybe 3 months of milk after that. So even the ones we're buying today, realistically, we're looking at like 22 to, you know, basically 18 to 22 months before we see any results. So this is a long-term investment strategy. In regards to what we did with the bulls last episode, in regards to adding more to the breeding pen, we did see more success. We had 11 pregnant females this morning, which I think, I'm sorry, not 11. We had 13 pregnant females this morning, which I believe is the most we've ever had in a single month. So it does seem like adding some additional bulls in there helped. It certainly wasn't a one-to-one benefit. You know, we didn't add, you know, we didn't double the number of bulls and get double the number of pregnant females, but it does seem like having more bulls in there is good for the breeding chances. So let's go ahead and get these animals back at the ranch, and I will catch up with you guys when they are all put away. That is all of the cattle in the right places. I do think I forgot to name our other water buffalo bull. Let's see. Oh, that's not the right one. Let's jump in here. Yeah, I did forget to name this guy, so let's get him named real quick. Trooper. Good name for a water buffalo. Okay, we have some other long time coming exciting news. We're going to grab the pallet forks for the Massey because we have our very first pallet of eggs. It took, I mean, what guys, 3 years to get that pallet of eggs? But we have it now, and we're going to go put it in our cold storage, keep them fresh until they are at the optimal selling time, which I guess we could check real quick. Eggs are best in November, so we have quite a bit of time coming. So, and we have, what did that say? At the best price, we have $1,400 worth of eggs. So we're a chicken coop in, we got a combine harvester to harvest the wheat, all so we could make $1,400 on the eggs. May not have been the money maker we initially thought it was going to be. Man, those bushes may need to go somewhere. Let's take a look. There we go. All right, so our first ever pallet of eggs heading to the cold storage building. Probably about $1,000 worth of eggs on here, maybe a little bit less. Oh, I don't know if we'll be able to sneak it in around the truck. I did tuck our 650 in there just to try to keep it out of the way. But we may have overdone it a little bit. Let's see if we can. We push the eggs in. Yes, we can. All right, I want to go see the eggs on the shelf real quick. Let's take a quick peek. Oh, get the door open. Where are the eggs? Oh, there they are, guys. Our first pallet of eggs in the cold storage. That is exciting news. So let's jump back on the Massey. We'll head over and get the pallet forks put down. It's time to figure out how to get the manure and the slurry up to the BGA. All the animals have been fed and watered and straw refreshed this morning, so they're good to go. So our main task for today is figuring out transportation for our stuff up to the BGA. Now we can use our water tanker, which we've used as a slurry spreader before, to get some slurry up there. It's tucked in over there behind Teen Town Barn. So let's just grab the 650 and see if we can't bring a load of slurry up, because I think we're going to have to buy a trailer. And I'm wondering if whatever trailer we buy, we might be able to put the slurry tanker in to bring back with us. I don't think we need a strap done. I think that got done when we were putting the eggs in there. So let's grab the tanker. It may still have water in it, but we can get slurry put in, get it emptied out. Oh. Well, that's a neat trick. I guess the slurry tanker is really heavy. Maybe try connecting again. Maybe it was off angle. No, we are stunting here, guys. We got the front wheels up in the air. There's no way we get this truck and trailer up to the BGA with the steering wheels off the ground. So, I guess we'll have to run up there and find a trailer for the manure. I was planning on using that tank to take slurry up there to the BGA. I guess we could pull it with the tractor. It just seems like the tractor's not very fast. And if we end up doing a lot of trips with the tractor, I think that's going to be a pretty slow process. I have considered getting a semi-truck. There is a Volvo semi-truck in the sale, a nice one actually, but it's about $60,000 and we don't even have $60,000, plus we'd need something for the manure, a trailer presumably, and then some sort of tanker for the slurry. I think we'd be well over $100,000 into that endeavor, and I'm not sure this little local co-op BGA is going to pay that well. Also should remember that we have barely enough reach on our Massey to get into our feed mixer truck. And a semi-truck trailer might be quite a bit taller. So, that leaves us in a bit of a bind. Let's take a look and see what we can get. I mean, we could pick up a liquid tanker trailer that has a front set of wheels like the MKS 8 style trailer that has a dolly, so we wouldn't be pulling the weight. I wonder how much it'll take. I just want to drive through the BGA again, guys. I think this is so cool. Got this all set up and ready to go. Yeah, that's going to work really, really well. So let's take a look and see what we can find. Jump into the shop. So here's that, where is that Volvo? Here's the Volvo. It's a great looking Volvo. I love how they advertise it for $60, and as soon as you get in here, there's $33,000 in extra parts. Obviously, we could go to something not, we could go to a standard axle, but still $69,000. Get rid of the mirrors, get rid of the horn, get rid of the aero parts. It's $60K. I mean, that's a sharp looking truck. I would, color would I pick? The Volvo Red. I mean, that is a nice looking truck, guys. I just don't think we're set up to run that big of equipment yet, but man, that would be nice to have. So anything else in the sale? I got a mixer, but we don't need to spend that much money. A couple of tankers, another pickup truck, that's interesting. The Deutz 8, that's a great tractor. 300 Fendt we already looked at. Yeah, we're getting into the old stuff in the 7R Deere, which would be not a bad tractor to upgrade to. So, anywho, we're not looking in the sale anymore. We're not window shopping. We have tasks to do. So I was thinking about getting a trailer for the manure. We've got a couple of these, which are pretty traditional farm-style trailers, but most of these, like this one, which would work, has a PTO, which our truck doesn't have, so it's not the right setup. So I'm thinking, did a little looking ahead of time because I knew this was coming, and we have a couple of bumper pull trailers. I like this tri-axle Diamond C. So let's see, get the taller box. Oh, those tires look nice. I don't think we need the extension boards. Most of the time I see these like landscape dump trailers, they're black. I don't really want to have a black on black truck and trailer set up. Something that matches the color of the ranch a little bit green. The olive green doesn't look bad at all. Let's get some black rims on it. Yeah, 22,000 with a 45,000 liter capacity. That thing looks really nice. Let's pick that up. Okay, and then as far as tanker trailers go, I think we're going to find most of those down here in the animal supplies. We have the MKS 25. Okay, that holds 100,000. We would never take that much. But this holds 26,000. What's the difference with the dolly system? One. Okay, so you can make, oh, this could be really good, guys. This could work when we get a semi-trailer, or a semi-truck. So it comes as a semi-trailer. It comes with the sort of standard dolly. And it comes with this heavy-duty dolly. I think that's more for being pulled by a tractor. So we can't afford it today. It's 51,000. Got some nice tires on it. Make it a steel tank. Stainless. Wow. Got lots of options. Yeah, they go up to 50K. And obviously 100. 100's way too big for us. I think standard 26. Probably good. Dolly locking pin. Yes or no? I don't know if we need that because I have that mod already. We could do all of our BGA stuff in olive green. Design color. Darken that up. Rim color. Darken that up. That looks like a great option, guys. $53,000. We got the wide tires and the dolly system. So the dolly system, I think we go with the first one because we have the truck. So we can't afford that yet, but we'll save up for it. I had not seen that in here before, guys. That is a very, very interesting trailer. The only other thing I wanted to look at today real quick while we're here is a bigger loader bucket. We currently have the Massey Universal, which holds 2,000, which is good. But we have a couple of other options. We have a manure fork that only holds 680. This one does silage. It does not do manure. It holds 5,500. And then the HD shovel holds 3,400. So I think that's going to be the way we go. Try to find something that looks like the Massey yellow we have. Excellent. Okay. So we got a trailer. And we got a new bucket for loading manure. Let's get that stuff loaded up and let's head back to the farm and let's get our first load of manure taken to the BGA today. So, see how this thing pulls. Okay, well the good news is the front wheels are on the ground. A nice animation on the trailer arm there. Go grab the telehandler from the shop. And this thing looks like a Frankenstein telehandler. Orange and red and black and gray. Lots of wear on the fenders. Looks like they took in a bunch of telehandlers on trade and just took parts off of them to make this one work, which is just about perfect for our playthrough here. So let's see. Drop that down, slide it underneath, grab the straps. Every time we use this, I tell you guys, the straps on the pallet forks for this telehandler is huge. Really, really nice feature. We'll go ahead and get that out of the way. Perfect. Let's get this guy parked up over here. jump back into our 650. I'm going to drive this back to the ranch. I will check in with you guys when we get back there. I'm hoping the bucket's not too big for our little Massey skid steer, because it is pretty small and light for a skid steer. This one could hold too much. We might actually have some problems with the counterweight, but we'll see when we get back there. I'll see you at the ranch, guys. I gotta tell you guys, this thing pulls like a dream. Smooth and easy, even at high speed. I think I got up to like 60. The trailer wasn't pushing the truck. I don't know how it's going to handle fully loaded, but this thing is really, really nice to pull. The right truck and the right trailer for the job. So let's see about getting situated here to get loaded up. I think the first step is going to be getting the forks off. So let's get the Massey and get ready to go. I think we're going to do this in third person for the loading purposes. Gotta get a little speed up before we start turning the wheel, otherwise we just spin around. Alright, we have our other bucket, so assuming this one works, the new one works, I don't see a reason to have two buckets. We'll probably just take this one back to the shop and see if they'll put it on consignment for us and get it sold. That is assuming the new one works. Either way, we'll have both of them over here in case there's a problem. Let's see, can we slide this one on the back a little bit? Let's see, come on, pick it over. I'm wondering if we just spin, if it'll push over a little bit. There we go. We'll drop this one here. That bucket is heavy, making the truck move. And we'll grab this one. Let's get it up and out of the way. Let's give the other bucket a nudge and push it back up on where it needs to go. There we go. Tuck the Massey out of the way for 1 second. Let's grab some straps on that. And then we'll get pulled up here for loading. I think we need to back up just a little bit so we can get to the side of the trailer. All right, let's see, uncovering the trailer. Okay, that worked. Now let's get to loading. So this thing holds 45,000 liters. Our bucket holds 4,300 liters. So we've got about, what would that be? About 10 bucket loads. Does that make sense? Oh no, it's 34. So it's going to be way more than that. It'll be 15 or so, if I had to guess. So let's get some going here. Okay, that went right through and onto the floor. What happened there, guys? That's not what we want. Hopefully we're not having a problem with the trailer. Didn't feel like I was missing the trailer. Okay. It is just going on the ground. What is that about, guys? Are we overlapping the manure heap too much or something? Does it not recognize that it's separate? Let's try again. Okay, that one works. Not sure what happened. Man, we got to get this manure cleaned up off the ground. It is... A little Massey does not do well on uneven ground. Learning that lesson quick and in a hurry. So let's get the manure picked up off the ground. Try to get a little more from underneath the trailer. Come on. Making loading this trailer into a full-time job, aren't we? Okay, is this one gonna go in okay? Maybe we just have to be... Oh, I mean, that's going underneath it too. Okay. I don't know what to tell you about that, guys. That's unexpected. So we got one that went in. I can only think that we're too close with the trailer. So maybe back the trailer off a little bit. We'll loop around here. I mean, it's weird because we have the one shovelful went in, and then the other ones are not. Huh. So let's just get it closer to the calf huts. Give ourselves a little bit of working distance. I don't know what to tell you guys. That's a weird one. Well, let's try to clean up the ground here first. Okay, there's the first little batch. Get all the way up against it. Okay, it's not piling up underneath. That's really odd, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe we were just too close to the manure heap. We'll have to be careful about that in the future. See how this shovelful goes. Okay. None on the ground, so let's see if we get all the way up against the wheels. Yeah, I mean, it's filling. Okay. I don't know, guys. That was just a weird one. I'm going to get this guy filled up, and I will check back in with you guys when I'm done. See you in a minute. Well, guys, it's all loaded up. I don't know what to tell you about that hole in the floor where all the manure was falling out. I loaded it from the other side for most of the time. We started on the left side, like the driver's side, and I ended up really loading it from the passenger side or the right side overall, and that seemed to work better. But I did do just a quick test with our new bucket to see if I could muck out the calf huts with our new bucket, since I figured, oh, I'll just get the manure out of there and I'll put it in the trailer and it'll save us a step, since I'm sitting right here anyways. And I couldn't get any manure out of the calf huts with the new bucket, so not sure we want to sell the old bucket yet. I'm going to do a quick test here and just see what happens. Yeah, see, this one fills, so we're not getting rid of the old bucket because the new one didn't work for emptying out the calf huts. So that's very interesting. I'm not sure if that's a trailer problem, a shovel problem, a combination thereof. Just not sure what to think about that yet, but the last bit of loading I did from the other side of the trailer, I had no problems at all, which was good. So hopefully we'll give it a test run again next episode or next month. We'll do one load per month for now, and hopefully that works better because I like the trailer. It'd be nice to have it. So let's see, jump in here. As you can see, we are filled up 45,000 liters of manure. We'll throw the tarp on and head up to the shop. So this is going to be about it for this episode. We'll get this delivered and we'll have to see how much we make. I'm thinking we're going to make like $5,000 off of this load. It's not going to be very much. And we had, I don't know, 170,000 liters of manure, maybe 200. So, you know, that whole manure heap is, would that be 4 loads per 100, 8? So, I mean, the whole thing would be 40 grand if we got all of it up there. So there is some money to be made, but we're certainly not going to get rich off of the manure at the co-op BGA. It's just to give us something to do with manure beyond just using it as fertilizer. Same with the slurry, you know, and help us out a little bit as the ranch grows. So I will get this delivered up there. We'll show you guys it going into the BGA. We'll get everything set for next episode, and hopefully between the sale of the manure and the ongoing lettuce sale, we can get some money, and it'd be even better if that liquid tanker came up in the sale, but we should pick that up and see about getting a load of slurry up here. I've never seen a trailer like that before with the dolly on the big one that also switches over to a semi-trailer. So here we are pulling into the BGA. Get over the grate. There we go. So, dump some manure. That's a nice looking mechanism on that trailer. Look at that. That's cool. That is a nice looking trailer. I hope that hole in the floor thing resolves itself or figures itself out, because this is sort of exactly what we need. Nice big chunky tires on a triaxle for coming across the field, going across the bridges. 45,000 liter capacity seems just great for what we need. Not too much, but makes each trip worthwhile. The animations on the trailer, the door, the piston all look really good. And it has the ability, I'll show you guys here real quick. It has straps on the inside, so we could use it to move equipment as well. So that was a lot of fun, guys. I'm hoping that the couple of hiccups we had this episode just work themselves out. No big deal. We will get more up to the BGA next month. But for now, I think we'll call it an episode. Thank you so much for joining me today. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos. And we'll see you in the next one. that was a lot of grass work, guys. It took me an hour to mow both of these fields, ted this one, and then windrow it. So that was just a ton of work. Nope, that's not what we wanted. What is the command for pickup? Oh yeah, because this is a bale trailer, so it is... What is it? I'm thinking it's Autoload, but it's not. Let's see. Operating position. There we go. So yeah, it took over an hour to mow both fields, ted this one, and then bale, windrow, and bale it all up. So let's see how many hay bales we get off of this field. So the first video, or the first time lapse you guys saw was the feeding of the animal time lapse. I wanted to include that so you guys can sort of see the routine we get into. We had 9 hay bales, 2 silage bales, and then we finished our 2 straw bales before we were even able to fill all of the animal pens. Now the good news is that July is probably our busiest month because our grass is ready, and as you guys can see over there, our wheat is ready. So we're also going to have a lot more straw coming in this episode. So let's get these bales collected. I'll go over some of the things we did between episodes. Oh, we can get a whole nother row. Hold on, guys. This is going to be great. Didn't realize we could stack this high. All right, up and away we go. So things we did between episodes. Let's see. I got the calf pens mucked, and I did just put that right into our new trailer. I did not have any issues with it like last episode, where it was falling, the manure was falling through the floor of the trailer. So really pleased with that trailer. Hopefully our good luck continues and we can get that done. So we got all the animals fed, got all this done, got the milk transferred. We had 8,000 liters of milk, though I do think that maybe I forgot to do the milk last episode, so I think we may have had a double batch there. And I'm trying to think what else. That's about it. A lot of work done. Just getting all these bales up, and then we have to get on to mowing. Wow, so let's see. It is 8 per stack times 3. We have 24 bales, plus 1 in the back is 25. So we'll get all those to disappear. And then can we get rid of the one in the bed of the truck? Maybe not. Maybe we'll just hold on to that one until it's time to get rid of the rest. So 25 bales so far. We are going to get our round bales. I'll probably get those wrapped off camera. Let's see. Get that flipped back over. So I'm hoping to get at least 50 to 70 bales off this field. So with 9 hay bales being used a day, I think realistically we may be... Okay, we're doing the circle. Pick it up. I think realistically we'll probably need to plan on 10 bales a day. Sometimes we have to do 2 loads of TMR, sometimes we don't. But at 10 bales a day, we need to have at least 120 hay bales made and stored a year. So if we're not getting, you know, 50 per cut, because I'm not sure we can really expect to get a third cut off of the fields with precision farming and everything else. We don't really want to cut it early. We could, obviously, but then we wouldn't get a full batch. But if we could get 50 to 70 bales per cut and get 2 cuts per season, we could then currently keep up with our hay consumption, which is pretty crazy since we basically tripled the size of this field. All right, so this is going to be 49 bales, 2 stacks of 48, and 1 in the back is 49. So we are very, very close to getting exactly what we need. So we'll get these put away. Get them backed in. okay. The axle lock didn't work. That's all right. Must have left it on and forgot about it. There we go. I think that's going to be better. There we go. Swing it around. Yeah, the axle lock on these dolly trailers is just critical. I'm sure there are people out there who are better drivers than me that could get this all in with the dolly and everything else, but I just don't enjoy it that much. So I just enjoy getting them in there and being done with them. So having that mod is important. Here I am unlocking the dolly and not looking where we're turning around. Oh, come on. I can see daylight in there, guys. Gonna make our trailer get through there just barely. And now we have to pull in with our truck. And let's get that bale released. Excellent. And sort of just bully the dolly axle when we're backing up into space, so that works out well. Alright, so how many bales are we going to get off of this field? It felt like we got a lot more than we did last time. I think last time was 12, maybe? I don't know, it just felt like a lot when I was baling it all up. The round baler is so much slower than our square baler, because I can just, with the square baler, I can just tear through the field, and they just fall out the back. The round baler, got to keep stopping. But I like the round bales for the rolls, and having these, yeah, that may actually be exactly the same number of bales as before. So let's see, 4, 8, and 6, we got 14. Yeah, that seems about right. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. So maybe one more. Could have been a little residual in the baler. So our next task is going to be to start getting our wheat fields all plowed up or all harvested up. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into this guy, the old Massey, and head on over. And I will probably, let's maybe keep you guys in for the headlands here real quick. But I think overall we're going to end up seeing you guys when this is done, because this is going to be a lot of wheat to harvest. Remember, we had the expansion on this field. This is our first ever harvest with the new larger field. And in addition, we have that whole second field, which if you guys take a look at the map, let's take a peek in here. I think that field, the lower field, is at least as big as the upper field, if not a little bit bigger. So we have probably quadrupled the amount of wheat that we are harvesting compared to what we had in years past. I do think because we're running the bigger fields, I will end up windrowing the straw. We hadn't been doing it in the past because it just drive around and grab it. It really wasn't that much, wasn't a big deal. But I think, oh, here we are. No, what's the issue here, guys? Claiming we don't own the land? There's one corner of this field that's a little bit of a problem with. Let's see. Man, is it going to give me the whole edge is going to be a problem? How far in do we need to go? Oh, man, that's going to be a bummer if we lost all that wheat on the outside edge. Well, I can go back and get it, but either way, I think we'll windrow up the straw because there's going to be a lot more of it. Hoping to get a decent number of straw bales off of these two fields. Like I said, we did just finish our straw, and we seem to be going through a lot of straw between the 7 calf huts, the birthing barn, and the teen town barn. We are definitely, I mean, we're going through a bale or two a day. So in that regard, again, we probably need 25 to 30 straw bales just to get through the season. Man, I'm not paying much attention here, are we? So, I'm going to get all of this harvested. No point in having you guys hang out with me. And I will bring you guys back in when we are done and when we're maybe collecting up our straw bales. Because today is going to be a lot of field work, so we got a couple of different video montages for you guys to watch. So I'll see you guys when this is all done. and then brought it back empty and had been using the trailer to empty the Massey since we are out of room in our chicken coop. So get this dropped down, get that disconnected, get that part, and guys, that was just a huge project. So let's see, we have a couple options on things we can do. We can go up here and I guess we could sell the wheat. I don't think we should. Let's check the price on that. I mean, it's not going to be the best now, obviously, but so it doesn't give it to us there. So wheat currently 282, best is 401. So yeah, we there's just no point in selling that right now. That would be insane to try to sell that now. So let's head down here, grab the truck. I think we're going to have to find a silo, guys, because we can't afford to have this trailer. Yeah, we have 41,600 liters. So I imagine we got just shy of 100,000 liters off those two fields. And it was just the 3,500 liter capacity on the harvester combined with the going back and forth the chicken coop. It was a lot. So I think I put in a couple of smaller silos. Let's see, like this one holds 25,000. That's a great looking silo. Not anywhere near enough to what we have. We have more than that already. We have a barn with pallet storage. That's not going to work. A lot of these are pallet storage mods. Corn crib would be fun to use, but we don't have that yet. Some of these are just super duper expensive. Let's see, what's cheap up here? 30,000 holds 75,000 liters. That could be an option. Here's 20,000 and holds 75,000 liters. We don't have 60K, so that's not an option. Anything else smaller for us to put into the ground and hold some of our wheat? I don't think so. I don't want to use the underground storage. Yeah, I think that's it. We did have a couple of barns that had bulk storage in them. Yeah, that's pallets. That's pallets. Pallets. More pallets. Yeah. I was hoping maybe one of them had some bulk storage in the back. Maybe we could throw something in there, but they're all going to be too expensive. So I think we go with the old red silo here. Question is, where do we want to put it? Because we don't really need to access it very often. It should be something that is relatively easy to get to, because we're going to have a truck and a trailer when we need access. Do we just put it... Maybe I should move this equipment and just put it right in here, centrally located. Yeah, so let's go ahead and we'll get that equipment moved, and then we will put that in. And actually, since we're having that discussion now, why don't we... The reason the equipment's there is because we're supposed to be putting in a shed to help cover that equipment. So I wanted to get something that would help cover everything. So I'm thinking something like this, drive through. That way we could get from both sides, could just loop through, grab stuff by the grass field, and put things in here. Is there any customization to this? I don't think so. Get that snap to the grid. I think right about 2590 is a little cheaper. Where's the flat spot here? Nope, it gets worse when we go up. 2590, 2588, that's about as good as it's going to get. Okay, so we have a new shed. Let's go check and make sure that that isn't going to be a problem. The Fiat should be on the milk wagon or the milk tender. Yes, it is. Excellent. We'll get the rest of this equipment moved out of the way. I did move our square baler over here. We can actually leave that out because we're going to use that for all of the straw here before we wrap up the month of July. So no point in tucking that into a shed. So here we go. Yeah, it's a little bit of a bump there at the back, isn't it? So I wonder, let's see. Maybe we should... Yeah, maybe we should flatten that, replace it real quick. So let's grab this guy over here. Drop him down. Do a little bit of flattening and smoothing here. Let's see if we can get this cedar out of there with where it is, with the shed that I put on top of it. Probably should have moved it first, but... You know, live and learn. Didn't like that. Oh, we had it for just a second. Come on. Come on. Can't get it to catch. There we go. Yep, go ahead and just drag these guys way out of the way. We'll put them over here in the field for now. Okay, so jumping back in, let's make this shed actually work for us. Go ahead and sell that one. Great, we're going to do this fast and real quick and dirty. Let's get it done. So bring this out just a little bit. So we have some extra room here. Okay, then we go back to the shed. This one for 2,500. Bada boom, bada bing. I think we're good there. And then we just need to increase the smoothing size. Get that all smooth out. That should about do it. Throw some gravel down. Get it in there nicely. So gravel all the way to here. All the way across the front. Probably going to gravel just down here. We'll use the straight edge mod to get that going. And then from here, we really need to sort of swing that back and have this whole area set up to load our vehicles. Grab a little bit of grass to replant what we took out with our flattening. Okay. I think that's going to look much better. What's that? One little edge is still... Didn't want to go into wardrobe there, guys. So one little edge right here on this side coming in is still just a little bit of a bump, and I don't think we need that. We brought it out plenty far. Feels like we should be good to go. That looks better. So let's grab our equipment so we can grab our silo, so we can put our grain away, so we can get on to the rest of today's activities. I'm hoping to get some of that straw collected before we have to wrap up here. We will see what happens. So, mower going in bay number 1. Thinking the windrower might actually go next to the shed. I'm not sure it's actually going to fit. It's a pretty big piece of equipment. Maybe just put it over here on this side next to it. But we'll see. I got to tell you guys, the tedder, the Colossus tedder, has been a great tool to have. Worked out really, really well. Getting all that grass turned into hay for us. So if we swing this guy right in here, get him out of the weather. Try to take care of our equipment. We're slowly building up some sheds. I don't know. Oh, we got to use our windrower, so we can just connect up and take it right to the field is what we can do. And let's get her unfolded. Alright, well that's doing that. Back here, go to our silo. 20,000. I think right. Do we want to line it up like that so you're coming at an angle? I think we do. So that looks pretty good. No customization. Okay. We want to smooth the area, make sure there's no weird bumps or lumps. Then we need to put some gravel down over here on the driveway. And, you know, we're on the ranch, so I'm not thinking that there's going to be a lot of extra concrete around. I think we just make all of this meadow. That brush size a little bigger. Let's see what we have on this side. Yeah, just meadow all that in. Yep, perfect. I think that's going to work really well. They'll jump out of here. Run over here. We got a silo now. Have a shed for our grass implements. Things are coming along nicely. So here we go. And 41,604 liters of wheat going in. I have to remember those cedars out there in the field. I can see them back there, the big orange things. Make sure we don't forget them. Alright, so we're emptying out our wheat, which is great news. Got a shed and a silo put up and still have almost 30 grand. I'm trying to keep some money in the bank here between months. Trying to slowly start building up to our first $100,000 day where we get that money and keep $100,000 in the bank. Our goal is not to spend all of our money. Our goal is to be keeping some of it so we can keep just inching closer to our $4 million goal. Certainly, I think, you know, money in Farm Sim tends to sort of grow exponentially. Once you start making it, it's easier to make it. And we have been, we've been on the grind to get there. So we are certainly due for some good luck financially here. So I do want to take a look over the next year for a better harvester. That little mass that we have, it got the job done, and it's hard to complain, but it was a lot of back and forth at 3,500 liter capacity. It just doesn't hold that much and is really, in that regard, a struggle. It was, I mean, I probably emptied that thing. Well, I mean, let's see, if it was 5,000 but 20 times, so probably close to 25 times between the two fields. And it's not very fast to empty. It is certainly the slowest part of the harvest job is emptying the harvester, whether it's into the chicken coop or into our trailer. We're just sitting there and we are getting nothing accomplished while that is going on. So don't want to spend, you know, $200,000 or $300,000 on a harvester. It'd be nice to sort of maybe pick one up that has double or triple the capacity and a little bit of a wider working width. It's not our primary source of income. We're not an arable crop farm, so we do want to just be cognizant of the fact that, you know, we spend, you know, $300,000 on a harvester. We're probably not making that money back with the things we're doing with the harvester. Now, I have promised you guys that eggs are going to be a big money maker, and we have in 2 years gotten one full pallet worth about $1,000. So we are definitely, you know, definitely going to become egg millionaires here pretty soon. Just waiting for the prices to even out. But, you know, that's not where we know we're going to be making our money. So have to keep an eye out, try to find the right piece of equipment for us to pick up in the sale. And as you guys know, the problem with harvesters is that you have to get a header with it too. So even if we get the harvester on sale, if the header ends up being, you know, another $60K, you know, are we really saving money is the question. So I will go ahead and keep working through our windrows of straw. I'll get all that done, and then I will circle back with you guys before we leave and get a final count on our straw bales, which we'll collect here as well. So remember, we got 49 hay bales off of the big field. We got 14 grass bales, the big round ones, to make into silage. And then we have this set of bales. So currently we're sitting at, what's that, 59.63 bales on the day. You know, we could theoretically get 40 bales off these two fields. I'm not sure, but we certainly could. Could be a 100 bale day here on the farm. So I will see you guys back when we have everything baled up and are ready for our final count. We are on our last couple of passes for the straw. Guys, I'm not sure we got 40 straw bales. It doesn't feel like it. Feels like we probably got in the low 30s, but we'll collect them and we'll figure it out before we get out of here for this episode. The wind rowing went really well. Very happy with that new Pottinger wider wind rower. Definitely the right size for what we have going on here on the farm. Quick update on this field. This is our original field where we had a little problem getting all of that wheat in the corners. I just went ahead and put a nice wide dirt skirt all the way around the field and filled in those areas where we had wheat that we couldn't harvest. We were probably 2 or 3 feet over the property line, it looks like. So just went ahead and got rid of those. So let's get everything lifted up. Let's dump our last 2 bales. We will fold up the the baler, called a harvester. I'll fold up the baler and we'll go put it in our new shed. I was doing a little driving around with the baler and the wind rower. I like our new silo. I like its location. It's tucked out of the way but easy to get to. Our new shed is working quite well. I did get the Pottinger in there. As you guys saw, it does fit. It takes up most of the space all the way across, but that's okay. As long as it's covered, that's what matters. So we'll drop that in there, and let's go find our International so we can grab our bale trailer. And I think International might just be attached to our bale trailer. Man, there are a lot of active and happy cows over here, guys. They are... Teen Town is a fun place to be, apparently. They all enjoy it. They're all wild, except for this guy who's sleeping over here. So... Oh, I forgot we have all of the bales for the silage wrap on there. Interesting. Well, maybe we'll unload those and just put them somewhere where we can grab them next episode and put them into the baler. I'm debating if I want to wrap bales over here anymore anyways, just because I think I'm going to put another shed in where the trucks and trailers are, just to get them parked and have things a little more organized. So I'm wondering if we're going to start doing our bale wrapping back here by the cold storage, because that area, this area back here is pretty unused, and I don't think we're going to have much use for it. So let's see about getting those bales dropped off right here. We'll come wrap them, and maybe we'll wrap them along the side of the building or over here next to the new shed. Get them out of the way, because those bales were nice over there, and I thought we would sort of pick them out of the roll as we went and use them, but we are unwrapping them and putting them in the shed before we use them, so there's no real advantage to having the rolls there compared to anywhere else on the farm. So, based on our last round of bales, my expectation is the trailer is going to hold 24, so we'd have to get pretty close to 2 complete trailer fulls to get 40 to make it 100 bales. We do have 63 bales so far this episode, so technically we need 37, but I don't think we're going to get that many, guys. Look, that's 12. And we're not going to get a full trailer load off of this field at all. So we got 15 off of this field. We'd have to get more than double that, or we'd have to get at least that, and then some to double what we currently have to make it up to 40. We'll be real close. We'll be at like 90 some odd bales, I imagine, which is okay. Still a lot Still happy we don't have to buy straw. We did finally, I hope, get ahead of the curve on the straw for the farm. You know, the challenge is always that we're adding animals every day, so our food and straw needs will change. So there's 24 bales. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left over. So we have 31. So we got 94 bales today, guys. Even though it's not 100, that is still a lot of bales done. So let's get these guys into the shed. I'm going to see if we can get this locked first. Okay, I assume that is locked. I'm a little concerned that we're going to bury our shovel and our fork, our pallet fork, over here, since we will be expanding out into this second bay. We're actually losing storage over here compared to what we've had in the past because we have more bales than we've ever had. So let's grab the bucket out of there. The bucket can probably live somewhere near the manure heap since that's its only job. We'll pull that out. Maybe tuck it in over here. Right in here, I'm thinking. Perfect. The pallet forks we use sort of all over the place. Maybe we'll just move them over a bay. Let's see. Since the baler won't be going back in here, this could be the new spot for our Massey. So we could just put that right there and call it good enough. Everything reorganized. That's a nice looking bale trailer with all the rust and patina on it. Matches our truck nicely. All right, let's get these bales put. Well, is it working? Yeah, okay. Maybe for a second there, the axle lock didn't kick over, but it did. Okay, we've got this guy in here. And that is good to go. Yeah, we're going to be hard-pressed to get that last batch of straw bales in there. Let's see. Get a reset. Let's turn on the bale collector. I said it before and I'll say it again. Not having to pick up bales with a Massey Ferguson is one of my biggest joys on this series, guys. I really enjoy the Cattle Ranch series and the grind of taking care of the animals and everything else, but picking up bales from the field and driving them back and forth was a pain. And technically we had a trailer and I could have loaded on the trailer, but it just, you know, I'm not that proficient at the loading with the Massey, and so it seemed like it was just less time to just drive them all over and go from there. So, last batch going in. Let's see what we can do. Oh, I didn't lock the axle. Either always forget to or think I didn't and did. Alright, so let's get this guy swung on in. Gotta be a little bit careful. It's gonna be tight getting it in there. Alright, let's get him out of there before it kicks over. Okay. So, at the end of the episode, let's see what we have in the barn, guys. We have our hay bales to wrap, and I think our silage bales over there are probably done. But in the barn, at the end of the day, we have 31 square bales, so that's going to be, what, 270,000 liters of hay, I'm sorry, of straw. We have 98 hay bales, so just under 800,000 liters of hay, and we expected to need about 120 for the year, so we are ahead of the curve still. We got some lime, some pallet wrap, some seeds, some fertilizer, and then we have our 12 7,500 liter round silage bales, so that will last us 6 months. Plus we had another 13 over here, so we have a year's worth of silage on the farm and just under a year's worth of hay. So we are in very, very good shape. I think we'll call it an episode there, guys. This was a long one in the making. Had a couple hours into grass and harvest work. Totally worth it. So glad we have the bigger fields. Glad we have some bigger equipment. We are definitely getting to be a medium to large size ranch and need the equipment to support it. So we'll keep building our fleet and building our herd and working towards our goals. Thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to drop a like and turn on notifications for more videos, and we'll see you in the next one.